Hello and welcome to my channel. In today's session, we are going to solve the December 2019 UGC NET question paper for home science. Yes, I'm going to solve all the 150 questions for you, including paper 1 and paper 2. So before we actually begin solving the question paper, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe and press the bell icon so that every time I upload a new session, you will be notified for the same. So let me share my screen first. So as I was telling you, we will solve the UGC NTA NET JRF exam paper for December 2019 session that was conducted in the second shift. And the code for home science paper is 12. So part 1 of the question paper will have questions from paper 1. Part 2 will have questions from paper 2 home science. So part 1 will have 50 questions of 2 marks each and part 2 will have 100 questions of 2 marks each. So for every correct answer, you will be awarded 2 marks. For every incorrect or not attempted question, you will get 0 marks. Right? So in my personal opinion, there is no point in leaving a question. Even if you are unsure of the correct answer, choose the most probable one. The option that you feel might be correct, just choose it. Because even if by chance that option turns out to be the correct option, you will be awarded 2 marks, right? So it's best to keep attempting all the questions and not leave any one of them. So moving on to the question paper first, and we will solve the question paper in the order, that is paper 1 and part 1 first, and then paper 2 or part 2 that deals with home science questions. So the first question actually is from DI, as you can see the table here, or data interpretation. The following table presents the data on the number of vehicles of 3 different types, that is A, B, and C, produced by a company during 7 different years from 2012 to 2018. Based on the data and the table, answer the questions 1 to 5. So if you see the table carefully, you have the year mentioned and the type of vehicle and the number of vehicles produced here. So a very simple table is given and all the data is available. So the first 5 questions are going to be based on this table itself as it is written here. So very interestingly, in the December 2019 home science paper, the first question had just the table. It did not have any other question that was given based on the table, and it just had the table, especially for the English version of the paper. You can actually write the question paper or you can actually write the NET exam in Hindi and English. Even in between questions, you can switch the language. So these are the 2 languages available. So in the English version of the question paper, there was no question at all. So everybody who wrote the December 2019 home science paper actually got 2 marks for the first question because the question was incomplete, right? So moving on to the next question, that is the second question. The number of A-type vehicles produced in the year 2014 was what percent of the number of C-type vehicles produced in the year 2016? So in this question, we are asked to compare 2 types of vehicles produced in 2 different years, that is A-type in 2014 and C-type in 2016. So the 4 options for this question are approximately 33.33%, approximately 66.67%, 50% and 15%. So these are the 4 options. So how are you going to solve this question? Okay, if you want to make the best use of my videos, I suggest that after I read every question, you pause the video, try and solve the question for yourself and get to a correct answer according to your opinion after your preparation. Right? And after you solve it for yourself, you can restart the video where you will actually know how I have solved it or what is the correct way to solve it and how you can reach to the correct option. Right? So you can actually pause the video after every question, solve it for yourself and then check whether what you have solved is correct or not, right? So moving on to solving this question particularly. So the 2 types of data that we have to compare is A-type vehicles produced in the year 2014, that happens to be 10,000, and C-type vehicles in the year 2016 is 15,000. Now they have asked what percent of the number. So this is a very direct and straightforward easy question. You just have to divide these 2 numbers, that is 10,000 divided by 15,000. We will do into 100 because the question says what percent of the number, right? So dividing 10,000 by 15,000 will give you 0.6667. So it's a personal tip from me that while you are preparing for your exam, do all the calculations by pen and paper manually. Do not use your phones or calculators because in the final exam you will not have them, right? You will be given a paper and a pen. You have to solve the questions with manual calculations, right? So even while preparing, if you keep doing manual calculations, it will be very, very handy for you while you're actually doing the final exam. You will not waste time doing it for the first time, right? So as and when you're practicing DI or mathematical reasoning, it's better that you keep calculating with pen and paper by hand. So the final step happens to be 0.6667 into 100. That will give you approximately 66.67%. So in this way, you can see that option B is the correct option. So just look at this. Such a simple calculation could actually get you 2 marks, right? Moving on to the next question. So the third question in the paper is, in how many years was the production of A-type vehicles less than its average production over the years, right? So in how many years was the production of A-type vehicles? In A-type vehicles was less than the average production over the years. So first, how will you solve this question, right? They are asking you in how many years is the production less than the average for A-type vehicles. So for this question, the 4 options given are 2, 4, 3 and 1, right? So whether in 2 years the production is less than the average or 4 years the production is less than average. So in this question, you have to find out what the average is first, right? So go ahead and solve it for yourself and we will solve it along as well. So this is the A-type vehicles that they are asking about. So average production of the A-type vehicles, that is very, very simple. How will you calculate? That is 5,000 plus 15,000 plus 10,000 plus 17,500 plus 25,000 plus 13,000 plus 30,000 divided by the total number of years. So how many years? Given in the question that it is 7 different years. So you will divide it by 7. Add up all of these numbers and divide by 7 because the question says less than its average. So first we have to calculate the average. What will this, just add up this with manual calculation and then you will get 1,15,500. So the addition of all of these 7 numbers will give you 1,15,500 divided by 7. So that will give you 16,500, right? So the average is 16,500. Now, in how many years is the production less than 16,500? So in 2007, in 2012, it's lesser. In 2013 also it is lesser. In 2014 also it is lesser. But in 2015, it's more than the average. In 2016 also it's more than average. In 2017, again it's less than average. And in 2018, it's more than average. Just add up how many years it is less than 16,500. So it's 2012 is the first one, 2013 second, 2014 third, and 2017 is the fourth. So your correct option is going to be option B, 4, because in 4 years the production is less than the average, that is 16,500. So I hope you got an idea how to solve such questions. Moving on to the fourth question. What was the average number of B-type vehicles produced by the company over the years? So this is actually a shorter calculation compared to the previous one, because here you have to calculate only the average. The question itself says what was the average number of B-type vehicles produced by the company over the years. The 4 options are 20,000, 25,000, 15,000 and 30,000. So let's solve the question here. So these are the 7 different numbers that you have to use for your average calculation. That's 20,000 plus 10,000 plus 15,000 plus 15,000 plus 20,000 plus 25,000 and finally 35,000. It's very important that you copy the numbers correctly, because in case you copy the numbers wrong, then your final calculation answer will be wrong and ultimately your answer will be wrong. That is, whether you want to call it the benefit or the disadvantage of objective type questions is, even this, like, you're not going to get any step mark, right? That is the disadvantage. You have to get the final correct answer. Copying the numbers correctly is very, very important for this, right? You might get confused because there is 15, 15, 35, 25, and then there is 20 with 4 zeros, 15,000 with 3 zeros. So it's very important that you copy the numbers correctly. And as we saw that there are 7 different years, so you will again divide it by 7. So adding all of these will give you 1,40,000 divided by 7, which will give you 20,000. So with this, we can actually find out that option A, 20,000 is the correct option. Moving on to the 5th question and the final question based on this table and DI. In which of the following years was the total production of all the 3 types of vehicles 60,000? Right? So they have given some years in the option, and for which year all the total production of all the 3 years types of vehicles, that is for which year the total production of all the 3 types of vehicles is 60,000. So the options given are 2013, 2014, 2015 and 2016. Now if you want to save time and if you want to actually do the calculations very quick, then do not calculate the total for 2012, 2017 and 2018 because they are not in the option. There is no point calculating this. Just calculate it for the 3 years, that is 2013, 14, 15 and 16. Because the other 3 are not mentioned in your option, so there is no chance that these are going to be asked or may be relevant for this question. Just calculate the total for 2013, 14, 15, 16 and out of them whichever turns to be 60,000, the total will be your correct answer. Right, so for 2013 it is going to be 15,000 plus 10,000 plus 22,500, like I have highlighted here as well. So when you add up all the 3, you will get 47,500. Moving on to 2014, it is 10,000 plus 15,000 plus 30,000, as I have highlighted again. Adding all these 3 will give you 55,000. Moving on to 2015, it is 17,500 plus 15,000 plus 23,000. Adding all these 3 will give you 55,500. So ultimately for 2016, it is 25,000, 20,000 and 15,000. When you add up all these 3, you will get 60,000. So finally, you can say that option D, 2016 is the correct option. So you saw that simple calculations would give you 2 marks each for a question. So read the question carefully, copy the numbers correctly and do the calculations correctly, which are very simple and basic, and you will get your 2 marks very easily. Moving on to the 6th question, which says, by selling 70 pencils for ₹90, a person makes a loss of 25%. How many pencils should be sold for ₹234 to have a profit of 30%? Now don't get confused or shocked or scared by the amount of numbers and pencils and so many different percentages and numbers given here. I will tell you how you can solve this question step by step easily, and you will get to the correct answer very easily. So 4 options given for this question is 95, 100, 105 and 110. All very close if you look at them. So these are what? How many pencils should be sold, right? So the final answer is going to be either 95 pencils, 100 pencils, 105 pencils and 110 pencils. So we are going to solve this step by step. If you know how to solve it, just go ahead and solve it for yourself and then check back whether what you have done is correct or wrong. So first, I always suggest that you make a note of what is given in the question. All the details that are given in the question, make a note of them and identify using these characteristics what you can calculate further. Note down what is given and try and see what you can calculate out of them, and finally you will surely reach to the correct answer. So first thing that is given in the question is selling price, right? By selling 70 pencils for ₹90. The selling price for 70 pencils is ₹90, correct? The second thing given in your question is a person makes a loss of 25%. So your loss percent is 25%. Now, if you have been a part of my classes that I conduct, then you will know that with the help of selling price and loss percent, we can actually calculate the cost price as well. So the formula for cost price is 100 divided by 100 minus loss percent into the selling price. If you want to join my classes for the NET JRF exams for home science or even paper 1 alone or both paper 1 and home science paper, you can leave your mail ID in the comment section below so that we will get back to you. Or you can also find our email ID in the about section of our channel and you can write to us regarding your queries and we will get back to you. You can write your email ID in the comment section as well and we will get back to you, and I will give you all the details for the classes, how the classes are going to be conducted, what is the fee involved, and you can get back to me and we will cover the entire syllabus also in my classes, right? So getting back to this question is calculating the cost price using the formula. So it is going to be 100 divided by 100 minus 25 because that is the loss percent into the selling price given in the formula, and in the question is 90, right? So cost price is going to be 100 divided by 100 minus 25 into 90. So when you solve that, you will get 100 divided by 75 because 100 minus 25 is 75 into 90. Solving it further, 100 by 75 is actually 4 by 3 into 90. You can cancel out 3 and 90, which will give you 4 into 30, that is 120. So you can identify that the cost price for 70 pencils, make sure it is not 1 pencil, cost price for 70 pencils is rupees 120. Right? So now you know the cost price for 70 pencils. So let's calculate the cost price for 1 pencil. So as I was telling you, cost price for 70 pencil is 120. So cost price for 1 pencil is going to be 120 divided by 70. That is rupees 12 by 7. Or if you divide it, you will get 1.71. That is the cost price for 1 pencil. Now to read the second part of the question, it says how many pencils should be sold for rupees 234 to have a profit of 30%. Right? So the new selling price given according to the question is 234, right? Should be sold for rupees 234. So your new selling price is rupees 234. Your new profit percent as given in the question is 30%. I'm sorry. So the new profit percent is 30%. Now you know again that using selling price and the profit percent, you can actually calculate the cost price. So when your cost price has loss percent equal to 100 minus loss percent, and when your when it is a profit percent and not a loss, equal to 100 plus profit percent. Very important to remember the signs as well. We have dealt with all of these in my classes as well. So if you were a part of it, you would know how to solve this question very, very easily as well. So calculating it according to the formula, it will be 100 divided by 100 plus 30 into 234. Solving it further, you will get 100 by 130 into 234. 100 by 130 is actually 10 by 13 into 234. Now, one reason why I always tell you that you should calculate it manually is you have to cancel out 13 and 234. 234 is 13 times 18. So when you cancel out 13 and 234, you will get 18, right? And it is very, very important that you know the tables until 20, because these are things that are constantly asked in the exam as well. And 1 or 2 questions will involve a 13 table, a 17 table, or a 19 table. Until 20, you should know the basic numbers. Even if you are not sure, you can just go, doing simple calculation, crossing it out one after the other as well. So 13 times 18 will give you 234. So you can cancel out 13 and 234. So you will get 10 into 18, which is 180. So your new cost price is 180, correct? But we actually saw in the earlier part that the cost price for 1 pencil is 12 by 7. So new cost price is 180. Number of pencils sold is going to be the new cost price divided by the cost of 1 pencil, right? Because if you have 1 pencil of 10 rupees, for example, and if you have, if your cost price was 100, then you know that you have had 10 pencils. So in the same way, the number of pencils sold can be found out by new cost price divided by cost of 1 pencil. So that is 180 divided by 1.71 that we actually found out here. You could even use 12 by 7 and do the reverse calculation again. So 180 divided by 1.7, if you do that manually, you will get 105.26, which is approximately equal to 105 itself. So in this way, we can actually identify that option C, 105 is the correct answer. If you look at it, there is not very difficult calculation, but you should know how to proceed with it, right? And what formula you should use when. So very easily, yes, the calculation was slightly longer, but not very difficult. So very easily we found out that option C, 105 is the correct answer to this question. Moving on to the 7th question. In what ratio must a vendor mix 2 varieties of sugar worth rupees 60 per kg and rupees 78 per kg? So he is mixing 2 varieties, right? So one variety is rupees 60 per kg, the second is rupees 78 per kg. So that by selling the mixture of these 2 sugars at rupees 76.8 per kg, the vendor gains 20%. So gains 20%, you should understand that they are talking about profit percent. So the 4 options given for this question is, the question asks in what ratio, right? So the 4 options are 7:4, 7:2, 5:3 and 5:2. If you want, you can do this question by trial and error method also, but that is going to take a lot of time and we are going to do it by the actual method. Right? So as I always keep telling, note down what is given in the question first. So cost of sugar 1 is rupees 60 per kg. Cost of sugar 2 is rupees 78 per kg. Right? Make sure that this thing that is mentioned here is not the selling price, actually the cost price. So cost of sugar 1 is rupees 60 per kg. Cost of sugar 2 is rupees 78 per kg. Selling price is 76.8 per kg, again given in your question itself. And the final thing given in the question is profit percent or 20%. Simple calculation using selling price and profit percent, you can actually calculate the cost price. The formula being the same. That is 100 divided by 100 plus profit percent into the selling price. Using this formula, you will get 100 divided by 100 plus 20 into 76.8. That is 100 divided by 120 into 76.8. 100 by 120 you can cancel out and make it 5 by 6 into 76.8. If you cancel out 6 and 76.8, you will get 5 into 12.8. And multiplying 5 and 12.8, you will get 64. So your cost price is 64, right? For whatever you're selling it at 76.8 to get a profit of 20%. So the cost price is rupees 64. Now this is a very important step for this question for you to identify in what ratio they must be mixed. So 60x, x is the number of kilos of, or what is the ratio of the first type that you should use, and y is what is the ratio of the second type of sugar that you should be using. So 60 into the first step, that is 60x, plus 78 into the second type, that is 78y. 60 and 78 we have got from the question only. Is equal to 64 into x plus y. X plus y, because here you have a mixture of x and y, and that is your 64 is the cost price. So correct? 60 is also cost price, 78 is also the cost price of individual x and y variety. 64 is the combined cost price for x plus y. So this equation is very, very important for this question. Just solve this equation and you will get the final answer. Right? So 60x plus 78y, we have split this up, right? So 6 is equal to 64x plus 64y. When you split this up, you will get 64x plus 64y. Now bring all the x terms on one side and all the y terms on the other side. So by doing that, we have 78y minus 64y. And when you bring this 64y on the other side, it becomes minus. And 64x minus 60x. So when you bring this 60x on the other side, you'll again get a minus sign. The 78y minus 64y will give you 14y, and 64x minus 60x will give you 4x. Now, because you want the ratio, you have to bring it into the term x by y, right? So 14 by 4 is equal to x by y, and 14 by 4 can be simplified to 7 by 2. Yes, you have the final answer here. Your x by y or your ratio is 7:2. And finally, you can say that option B, 7:2 is the correct option. So you don't get confused by these numbers in percentage and so many kilos or profit percent. If you calculate it meticulously and clearly step by step, you will get the correct answer. As I was telling you, you could do this question by trial and error method also. Just try substituting 7 and 4 in this formula, and you can do it step by step as well. But that can lead to a lot of errors as well. So it's better that you follow the actual method. Moving on to the 8th question. Which given of the following sets of letter when sequentially placed at the gaps in the letter series below shall complete it? So this is a series given. As you can see, it is a letter series. And it has some blanks that we have to fill. Right? So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 blanks that has to be filled to get a proper letter series. So the 4 options given for this question are ACBAC, ACBBB, CBBA, that is CBBBA, and the final option is ABBBC. Now if you are thinking how you are going to get this correct, don't worry. The only way you can do it is by mere substitution. Substitute these 5 letters in the blanks in the same order. If you get a series out of it, then that is the correct answer. And if you don't get a series out of it, then that is a wrong answer. Very, very simple. Mere substitution will give you the correct answer, right? So let's first do the first option substitution. So it will become this, compare this and the option A. We have just substituted the first option. So you will get BBA, BCA, BBC, BBA, ABC, BBC. Can you find out a correct sequence? Moving on to the second option, it will be BB, that is we are going to substitute this B option into this blank. That will give us BBA, BCA, BBC, BBA, BBC, BBB. If you see, these two have the same option except for the fact that here there is a B instead of A and here there is a B instead of C. Find out whether these are giving you any series. The third option, when we substitute C, B, 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 A into this sequence, you will get B, B, C, B, B, A, B, B, C, B, B, A, B, B, C, B, B, A. So as I was reading, you can actually make out that you are going to get a series out of here. You can also do the fourth option substitution. And finally say that option C is the correct answer because there is a repetition of the series BBC, BBA. Right? So the question says which of the following sets of letters when sequentially placed at the gap in the same order in the letter series shall complete it. So you should get a proper series. So in option C, when you substitute the option C in the blank, you will see you will get a series of BBC, BBA. And then there is a repetition again. Again you will get BBC, BBA. Again there is a BBC, BBA. If you read any of the other options, you will not get any particular series, right? So option C is the correct answer. Simple substitution and checking the series would actually give you too much. Very, very easy. Moving on to the next question. Reading the question is very, very important. Reading the question carefully is very important. Because in this question, when I read out, I will tell you where most of you will make a mistake, and that is a very common point of making mistakes, right? Out of a total of 10 students, be with me when I read the question. Out of a total of 10 students, the average weight of 9 students is 60 kg. Read the question very carefully. It says the average weight of 9 students is 60 kg. The 10th one is not involved. There are 10 students, but the average weight of 9 is 60. If the weight of the 10th student is 9 kg more than the average of all the 10 students, then the weight of the 10th student would be what? Right? If the weight of the 10th student is 9 kg more than the average weight of all the 10 students, right? Do not do 9 plus 60 and tell that the answer is 69. 69 is the wrong answer, and I'm going to tell you 69 is also an option. Because in the exam pressure, once you read 9 kg is more than the average weight, you're going to see the average is 60, 9 kg is more, 60 plus 9 will give you 69. Let me tell you 69 is the wrong answer. And why? Because it says 9 kg more than the average weight of all 10 students. The 60 kg is average weight of 9 students. But the weight of the 10 students is 9 kg more than the average weight of all 10 students. Right? So don't make this mistake of writing it as 60 plus 9 and 69. Okay? It is not that simple also. Then the weight of the 10 student would be what? So the four options are 61 kg, 69 kg, 70 kg or 71 kg. And as I told you earlier, 69 is the wrong answer. Do not directly go and write 69. Okay? So let's see how we can solve this. It's not very difficult as well. Just note down what is given in the question and step-by-step calculation will give you the correct answer very, very easily. As I've read the question very, very clearly to you, if you can solve it for yourself, very, very good. If not, don't worry, learn it along with me, and if a similar question appears in your exam, it will become very, very handy for you. So as I always tell, note down whatever is given in the question. The total number of students is 10. Average weight of 9 students is 60 kg. So average weight of 9 students, if you split it up, right? How will you write average weight of 9 students? It is going to be S1, that is student 1, student 2, S3, S4 plus S5 plus S6 plus X7 plus S8 plus S9 divided by 9 because we want the average, right? So S1 to S9 divided by 9 is equal to 60 kg as given in the question. Right? So S1 plus S2 plus S3 plus S4 plus S5 plus S6 plus S7 plus S8 plus S9 is equal to 60 into 9. If you take this divided by 9 into the other side, it will give you 60 into 9, correct? And 60 into 9, that is 60 multiplied by 9 is actually 540 kg. So with this you can understand that adding the weight of the first 9 students, that is S1 to S9, mere addition is 540 kg. So the total of the weight of the 9 students is 540 kg. So 540 kg is the weight of 9 students in total. Average weight of 10 students is going to be, how we are going to write it is S1 to S10 divided by 10, right? So if I take this number to be M, for further calculation, having it as a number a letter would make things easier for us. So we can write average weight of 10 students is adding the weight of all the 10 students divided by 10, which is equal to M. That is a random number we have taken. Now, if using this number that we have first find, that is given in yellow to you, using this number, average weight of 10 students. Now you know S1 till S9. The addition of S1 to S9 is 540 that we have just calculated. So 540 plus S10 divided by 10 would give you M. Make this as the first equation. Now as given in the question, the weight of the 10th student, that is S10, is equal to M plus 9. Why? Because it is 9 kg more than the average weight of all the 10 students. And here we have assumed that the average weight of all 10 students is M. So M plus 9 will give you the second question, and this we have got from the question itself. Now we have to merely substitute one equation into the other. So by substituting the second equation in 1, how we are going to substitute? We are going to write M plus 9 instead of S10. Because S10 is equal to M plus 9. So the average weight of 10 students is 540 plus M plus N divided by 10, which is going to give you M. Now get all the M terms together, and the numeric terms together. To get the M terms together, we have to split this up first. Right? So 549. We have added 540 plus 9, correct? So 549 plus M divided by 10 is equal to M. In the same way, 549 plus M, we have taken the 10 on the other side. So it becomes 549 plus M, which is equal to 10M. Now take all the M terms on one side. So 549 is equal to 10M minus 9M. No, 10M minus M, which is going to give you 9M. So 549 is equal to 9M. Bring the 9 on the other side. M is equal to 549 divided by 9, which is nothing but 61 kg. Okay, after this, if you are going to choose option A and tell 61 kg is the correct option, let me remind you that is also wrong. Okay, because what is M? M is the average weight of 10 students, that is 61 kg. The question asks, then the weight of the 10th student would be what? They are asking you to calculate S10. Okay, so in the question they've asked you to calculate S10. So 69 is also the wrong answer, 61 is also the wrong answer. In the second equation here, that is highlighted in yellow here, the second equation says, weight of the 10th student, that is what we have been asked to calculate, is S10. Is actually M plus 9. M is 61 kg. So M is the average weight of 10 students. Weight of the 10th student is S10, which is M plus 9, which is M plus 9, that is 61 plus, I'm sorry, this is not equal to, this has to be 61 plus 9, 70 kg. So the correct option is actually C option, which is 70 kg, right? So in case you make a mistake in reading and in case you are in a hurry to answer this question, I am telling you that the two most probable wrong answers that you can select is, at the beginning if you say 69 is going to be wrong. After calculating, after coming to this point, if you write 61 kg also is wrong. Because the question has to be 61 plus 9, that is 70 kg, right? So option C is the correct answer. Solve it carefully, patiently, read the question very, very carefully. Now, in this example, you might have identified that reading the question slightly wrongly would give you the wrong answer. And reading it carefully till the right point and solving it step by step would actually lead you to the correct answer. The correct answer for this question is option C, 70 kg. So moving on to the 10th question, which of the following was not a Millennium Development Goal? So you know Millennium Development Goal is a very important part of your syllabus for paper 1. The 4 options given for this question is eradicate extreme poverty and hunger, improve maternal health, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. And the final option is ensure environmental sustainability. Read the question carefully. It says, which of the following was not an MDG? Which of these is not an MDG? It is a very direct question. If you know the concept of MDG very, very correctly, then it is, it is a matter of seconds for you to answer this question. So the correct answer is ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. It can make you a little confusing. Why? Because this particular goal is mentioned in SDG. It is included in the Sustainable Development Goal, but it is not a part of the Millennium Development Goal. Got it? So in this way, you can get confused because you might remember reading this as well, right? But this is a part of Sustainable Development Goal and not Millennium Development Goal. It's a very direct question. If you know the concept well, and you can, directly answer the question. Moving on to the next question, that is choose the person who has control over self, mode of communication and method of delivery in classroom from the following. So this is from the first chapter of paper 1, that is teaching aptitude. The 4 options are student, teacher, audience, and visitor. So read the question carefully again. Who has control over self? Who has control over the mode of communication? And who has control over the method of delivery in classroom? So who will decide how to teach the topic, how to conduct the class? Yes, option B, teacher, is the very direct straight answer, which is actually the correct answer also. So the answer for this question is option B, teacher. The next question, select the period in which India became a center for higher learning. This question is obviously from the last chapter for paper 1, that is higher education system. The 4 options for this question is Gupta period, Buddha period, Mughal period, and British period. The question says in which period India became a center for higher learning. If you know the concept very clearly, you can answer this question very, very directly, right? So yes, option A, Gupta period was one period where education flourished to another level, and we had universities coming up as well. A lot of great universities for higher learning came about in Gupta period only. Moving on to the 13th question, which of the following group has the components of para-language communication? The minute you see para-language communication from my classes, you should remember that it is a question from communication chapter. So the options given for this question are voice, emphasis, and impression, social space, voice, and impression, voice, social space, and expression, emphasis, social space, and voice. Now, all the options can be quite tricky and confusing as well, but read the question of the options carefully again and again if you're unsure, okay? It says, which of the following groups has a component of para-language communication? So it's very important that you understand what para-language is. Para-language is anything that can add on to the content of your message or subject. So the correct option, yes, is voice, emphasis, and impression. It is part of oral communication, but not the communication itself. So pitch, volume, rate, and clarity are termed as components of para-language. And when I say pitch, volume, rate, then you should understand that it deals with the voice, right? What is the pitch of your voice? What's the volume of your voice? And based on the pitch and volume, you can talk about the emphasis. And based on the rate and clarity of your speech, you can talk about the impression. So voice, emphasis, and impression are the correct components of para-language communication. Social space, that is the exact surrounding in which you are present right here, is not very important. And again, expression is also not very important aspect of para-language communication. Voice, emphasis, and impression are more important. Correct? So moving on to the next question, that is the 14th question. How many national parks and wildlife sanctuaries were there in India till March 2011? Now this is a very, very tricky question, okay, because they are not asking you the recent data. This question has appeared in the 2019 December home science paper, and they have not asked you data for 2019. Yes, it deals with the people in development chapter on environment as well. But they have asked you data for March 2011, and that too, it is not any theoretical data. They are asking you how many national parks and wildlife sanctuaries were there, which means it is a numerical question, and this is a very tricky question, right? It is basically given for people to get confused and panic, right? So don't worry about this question. If you have studied, at what all different levels they have released the data for the number of national parks and wildlife sanctuaries, you should be thorough with every year, right? So the options are 8 and 421 only. 8 national parks and 421 wildlife sanctuaries for the first option. 10 national park and 75 wildlife sanctuaries for the second option. 75 national park and 421 wildlife sanctuaries the third option. 102 national park and 515 wildlife sanctuaries only. Now this, as I was telling you, is a very tricky question. You have to know it correctly or choose one randomly, like I was telling you in the beginning. But even if you're unsure, just choose one because there's no negative marking and there's no point leaving it. Even if your guesswork becomes correct, you will get the 2 marks. So the correct option for this is 102 national parks and 515 wildlife sanctuaries were there in India till March 2011 or 2011. Moving on to the next question. Which one of the following is signified udharan of anuman or inference in Indian logic? So you know that this question is from the reasoning part. So in the previous question, if you are confused and don't waste a lot of time, because even if you're going to think a lot, you won't know what is correct answer if you don't know it, right? If you know it, you can answer it in 1 minute. If you don't know, then you can't leave it about. So either do a guesswork and choose the correct answer, or move on to the other questions and then come back finally if you remember reading it somewhere. If you think that after thinking for a few minutes you can come up with the right answer, then move on to the next question. For any question, if you get stuck up, don't keep wasting your time on that question. Move on to the next question and do not answer this, because you will get a panel on the right hand side of your screen when you do the exam, and on the right hand side the questions that you have given the correct option according to you, which means that if you've answered the question and saved and moved on to the next question, that icon will appear in green color, and if you have not answered it, it will appear in another color. So even if you leave this question and move, if you think that you have to come back to it later, it will appear in a different color. So you know that this question is unanswered and you have to come back to it. So even when you're stuck at any question, just move on further and come back to these questions later. And don't think you have to make a note of the question number which you have left. The panel will tell you which question you have not answered. It will show it in a different color, so you can come back to it later as well. So this question is based on the Indian language or the reasoning part. Indian logic, I'm sorry, not language, Indian logic. Which one of the following is signified udharan of anuman? Anuman is inference and udharan is example. So which of these is a signified example of anuman or inference in Indian logic? So the four options are statement of reason, proposition that is to be proved, conclusion proved, or universal proposition along with an instance. Which of these is anuman or inference? If you have been a part of my classes, you can answer this in 1 minute, because we have dealt with this in detail. And if you would like to be a part of my classes and get all the, entire syllabus covered in my classes for both paper 1 and paper 2, you can leave your email ID in the comments below. So yes, the correct option is universal proposition along with an instance is what inference is. Knowledge that comes after perception is inferential or relational, and it is called inference. Anuman etymologically means secondary proof. And the reason we call it secondary proof, like I told you in the class as well, is it is a universal proposition along with an instance. So you have to give, an example or quote an instance. That is why it becomes a secondary proof. The data for inference are derived from perception and verbal testimony. Both together will only form your anuman, and in this way you can say that a universal proposition along with an instance is the correct answer. If you choose the option proposition to be proved, then it is going to be the wrong answer, because you have to have a universal proposition along with an instance, along with a situation. You need to have a universal proposition. Only then it is called anuman. Moving on to the 16th question. Devdutt is fat. He does not eat during the day. Therefore, Devdutt is eating during the night. These are the statements made in the question. The above example is a classical Indian school of logic is a case of comparison, implication, perception, or verbal testimony. They are asking you this sentence. Devdutt is fat and he does not eat during the day. Therefore, Devdutt is eating during the night. It's an example of which of the following? Whether it is an example of comparison or implication or perception or verbal testimony. If you remember my classes, I have dealt with this exact same example while I was dealing with the concept. This very same example of Devdutt being fat and not eating during the day and eating during the night is an example I have actually dealt with in the class. So yes, implication or arthapatti or presumption is the correct answer. So in Indian school of logic, when implication is an English word, for which if you have to get the Indian word, it is going to be arthapatti, that is stated in your syllabus as well, which again means presumption. So implication or arthapatti, option B is your correct answer. Moving on to the 17th question. As per the classical square of a proposition, if A proposition is given as true, then which of the following is correct? E proposition is false, I proposition is true, and O proposition is false. Or E proposition is true, I proposition is also true, and O proposition is also true. The third option is E proposition is false, I proposition is false, and O proposition is true. The fourth and final option is E proposition is true, I proposition is false, and O proposition is also false. Now I don't know why classical square of a proposition is one of my favorite topics to deal with. because it's quite challenging for your brain also. It's quite intriguing and there's a lot of fun solving them for me. And I'm sure you should enjoy them as well. So you know that A, E, I, and O are four types of classical square of opposition, where A is universal positive, E is universal negative, and I and O are the other types of positive and negative. That is propositional positive and propositional negative. So in that way, when say for example, if I have to say that all students are intelligent, that is going to be my A statement, right? If A is true, all students are say all students are obedient, are which is true. Then E is false. Why? Because when all students are true, all students are obedient is true. Then the E type of that statement is going to be all students are not obedient, which is not possible. So E is false. When I say all students are obedient, then some students are also obedient, right? So that is going to be true. When all are obedient, and some of them are obviously going to be obedient. And O is again false. Why? Because when all students are obedient, then you cannot say that some students are not obedient. That is your O type proposition. Okay, so in another question based on squares of opposition in this exam paper, I will show you with the example of A, E, I, and O. If you have not learned them before in your classes, wherever else you have learned it from, or if you're learning on your own, if you are not sure with A, E, I, and O concept, I will deal with it in the further question that is also based on the squares of opposition only. Right? So in that way, you can understand this question also better. And for those ones who have been a part of my class, you will know what I'm talking about. 18th question is, which one of the following proposition is a contrary to all poets are dreamers? Now you know that in the squares of opposition chapter, you also deal with contrary, sub-contrary, right? All of these aspects is there. So some poets are dreamers, which is your I-type proposition. Some poets are dreamers. All poets are dreamers is your A-type proposition, and they are asking you which is contrary to this A-type proposition. So some poets are dreamers is your I-type proposition. Some poets are not dreamers is your O-type proposition. No poets are dreamers are your E-type proposition. And no dreamers are poets, which is another way of writing this. Same all poets are dreamers. So which of the following is contrary, right? Which is, if you know the concept of contrary, you can directly say that no poets are dreamers is contrary. By contrary, we mean the exact opposite, right? So when you know the concept of contrary is always converting an A-type proposition into an E-type. So when A-type is all poets are dreamers, your E-type is going to become no poets are dreamers. That is your E-type. And contrary always deals with converting A to E. So the 19th question is, which among the following is not a component of effective teaching? See, I have highlighted or given this not in bold because you should not miss it. The question is a negative question. It asks, which among the following is not a component of effective teaching? The first option is questioning to check for understanding of students, providing students with feedback, being flexible about how long it takes to learn, or reactive mode of students' behavior. Which of the following is not a component of effective teaching? If you have learned this, great. Even if not, this is a very general knowledge based question. So you can actually answer it very, very easily. Yes, option D, reactive mode of students' behavior is not a component of effective teaching. Questioning to check back this, the understanding of students is very important because only after that you can know how much the students have understood and how you have to deal with the other concepts. So it is very important for effective teaching. Providing students with feedback is also important because they should also know how much they have learned and what they have learned is correct or wrong. So that is also important for effective teaching. And being flexible about how long it takes to learn is also very important for effective teaching because not every student learns at the same pace. Some students are fast learners, they will grasp concepts very, very easily. And some students are slow learners. It takes time for them to understand concepts. And it is very important for us to be patient with them. So it's important that a teacher has to be flexible about how long it takes for someone to learn. So these three are components for effective learning. And your final D option is not a component of effective teaching. All of these questions, if you think why we are learning all of this, as I always keep telling, it's very important that after you clear your NET JRF, the very reason somebody will attempt this question or with this exam, that is NET JRF, once you qualify NET, you're eligible for assistant professorship in any college or university. And if you clear your JRF also along with it, then you are eligible for a stipendary PhD, which means you will be getting a stipend for doing your PhD, that is your research. And most people do research or PhD because they want to become professors. So it's very important that you understand concepts of teaching, research, and all the other chapters that deal with paper one, that is your environment, your logic, your reasoning, your certain mathematical concepts, communication. These are very important things that a teacher should know. As a general teacher also, you should know, because your students might ask such questions, based on general knowledge. And it's very important to know these general aspects. So that is the only reason why paper one is a common paper for everybody, because these are basic things that a teacher or a researcher, somebody of that stature of education should know. So moving on to the 20th question. Which among the following factors doesn't contribute to assessment bias? Very important to know the assessment bias dealt with in chapter 1. So when language of the test and tester is different from the language of the student. The question here reads very carefully. It says, which among the following factors does not contribute to assessment bias? So which of these will not bring a assessment bias is what they are asking. When language of the test and tester is different from the languages of the student. Answers that support middle class values. If assessment procedures are flexible and diverse to make disadvantaged students comfortable. Objective tests for assessing abstract reasoning of the student. Which of these does not contribute to assessment bias? By bias, we mean a partiality, right? So which of these will not bring the assessment bias or assessment partiality? Which means you know that 3 options will bring assessment bias and 1 option will not bring assessment bias, that we have to identify. So identify the one that will not contribute to assessment bias. Yes, option C. That is, if assessment procedures are flexible and diverse to make disadvantaged students comfortable, then that is not an assessment bias, because your assessment procedure should be flexible. Say, for example, if the entire nation is to take one exam, the same question paper, then you have to deal with different people, in the question paper itself. People living in the urban area, having the highest quality of education, will be able to solve even the toughest question. And people coming from a rural background, not having enough educational, facilities, then their, level of education and knowledge will not be at par with the urban level. So your assessment procedure should be flexible, okay? And that is not an assessment bias. The other 3 options will contribute to assessment bias. How? When language of the test and tester is different from the language of the student. Imagine you have prepared for the entire exam in English and finally your question paper appears in Hindi. Say some technical, even if you're a person with a knowledge of Hindi, even then you will not know certain scientific terminology in Hindi. If I tell you assessment bias in Hindi, you will not know that I'm talking about assessment bias. And if you do not know Hindi, then that is a different game, then you cannot answer the question, right? So this will lead to an assessment bias. It is very important for the language of the student and the language of the test and the tester to be same, right? Answers that support middle class values, there is no necessity to support any kind of values. You can have questions that support higher class values or lower class values, right? That will again bring in assessment bias. Why? Because then you are catering to a certain section of population, right? You are not getting to a high class and a lower class. You are supporting the middle class. So that will again bring in the assessment bias. And here we are talking about this. When you say that, you might actually question why we are talking about disadvantaged groups. Here we are not talking about the high class or the low class. We are only talking about people who have had different levels of education. And the final one is objective test for assessing abstract reasoning of the student. Now you obviously cannot test objectively the abstract reasoning. These are 2 different concepts altogether and you can't test one for the other. So in this way, this will again lead to assessment bias. So option C is your correct option. Moving on to the 21st question, which among the following is not related to qualitative research? As you can find out from the question, this question is actually from the research chapter. Which of these is not related to qualitative research? So the 4 options are thematic analysis, case study, discourse analysis, or survey method. Which of these is not a qualitative research? Right? So there are 3 options that are qualitative research and 1 option is not qualitative research. You have to identify which of these 4 is not related to qualitative research. Yes, survey method is not the qualitative research. If you have done research in your post-graduation, you will know that You use survey method for quantitative research and not qualitative research. You will use thematic analysis. Say, for example, you're talking about one theme. If I were to give you the most basic example, I will talk about, say, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. If you are doing a qualitative research on identifying the impact of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, then you have chosen a theme. You will go and interview people, and it will not be a just objective type of choosing the correct answer or choosing the most appropriate one. You will actually ask them to write long answers on how things have been effective in their place, whether they feel that Swachh Bharat Abhiyan is important or not, whether the authorities are doing their work correctly, or various other aspects you can deal with. So thematic analysis is qualitative research. Case study is also qualitative research. Discourse analysis or talking about one topic is also qualitative research. But survey method is part of quantitative research and not qualitative research. Moving on to the 22nd question. In social sciences, a central issue is the question of whether the social world can be studied using the methods of natural sciences. This statement refers to the issue of ontology, axiology, epistemology, or etymology. Now, all of these terms we have learned in the first chapter of paper 1, that is teaching aptitude. Whether this statement, they are asking whether this statement is about ontology, axiology, epistemology, or etymology. It's very important that you know these terms first, what they mean, and then you can answer these questions very, very easily. So when we learned this in the first chapter, you can understand that option C, epistemology, is the correct option. Okay, so this diagram you might have remembered, you might remember it very clearly. Epistemology talks about theoretical framework, literature, and research practice. The statement says in social sciences, the central issue is the question of whether the social world can be studied using the methods of natural science. So this talks about the epistemology part of the education or research methodology. Ontology, that's the first option given, it talks about assumptions made about nature of reality and knowledge. Just because you see natural sciences do not use the word ontology, it talks about the nature of reality and knowledge together. Axiology talks about value system and ethical principles. So obviously, epistemology is going to be the correct option for this question. The 23rd question is, which among the following is not the outcome of grounded theory research? Okay, so if you remember very clearly, grounded theory research is a qualitative research, right? So which among the following is not the outcome of the research? Very importantly, read the question carefully. Outcome which says findings, right? So which among the following is not the outcome or which is not the finding of a grounded theory research? The first option is concept, the narrative, categories, and hypothesis. Which of the following is not the outcome of grounded theory research? So obviously the answer is narrative is not an outcome of grounded theory research. Why? Because narrative can be used as a tool. It is a tool to solve the grounded theory research, or it is a tool used for grounded theory research. It is not the outcome of grounded theory research. In fact, concepts, categories, and hypotheses can all be outcome of grounded theory research. At the end of a qualitative research that is done in the type of grounded theory research, you can actually come up with newer concepts, newer categories, categorizing a concept into different parts. You can actually come up with hypotheses that can then be tested with quantitative research, or that can actually be tested with qualitative research also in certain aspects. But narrative is not an outcome of grounded theory research, but a tool used in grounded theory research. So grounded theory research is a qualitative approach to generate and develop a theory from data that a researcher collects. The narrative is the type of data that the researcher is going to collect. And the other three can be outcomes of grounded theory research. The 24th question is, identify the factors that do not contribute to the effectiveness of teaching from the options given below. So again, this is a negative question which says do not contribute to the effectiveness of teaching. The first is socio-economic background of a teacher, teacher's skill in pleasing the students, teacher's subject knowledge, teacher's personal contact with students. So these are the 4 options given. Choose the correct option based on, that is, which of these do not contribute to the effectiveness of teaching from the options given below. whether it is ACD, BCD, ABC, and ABD. So based on the 4 options, you can actually identify the 3 options given from A, B, C, and D do not contribute to effectiveness of teaching, which means there is only one option that talks about effective teaching. If you can identify that one option that talks about the effectiveness of teaching, then the other 3 options is the correct answer. So out of socio-economic background of teacher, teacher's skill in pleasing students, teacher's subject knowledge, teacher's personal contact with students. Out of basic knowledge also you can understand that teacher's subject knowledge is very important for effective teaching, right? How much he or she knows about the subject is very important for effective teaching. So in this way, you can say that A, B, and D are not, part of effectiveness of teaching or do not contribute to effectiveness of teaching. So A, B, and D. Which option talks about A, B, and D? Yes, option 4 talks about A, B, and D. And finally, option 4 is your correct answer. That is A, B, and D do not contribute to the effectiveness of teaching. There will be a lot of questions where they will give you, 5, 6, 7 points, and in some combination they will tell you to choose the correct option. So out of these, the way we solve this question, out of the 4 given, you have to choose the 3 because all the correct option has three options. So you have to choose 3 that do not contribute to the effectiveness of teaching, which means only one will contribute to the effectiveness of teaching because there are 4 options given here. So when you can identify that teacher's subject knowledge is important for effectiveness of teaching, then the other 3 are not part of effectiveness of teaching, and finally you can say A, B, and D are the correct option for this question. That is option 4. So the 25th question is select the alternative features from the following which make open universities as non-traditional universities. So the 4 options are innovative method of teaching and learning, innovative method of admission, curriculum and evaluation, modern communication techniques, teachers friendly approaches. So these are the 4 statements made, out of which you have to say which make open universities as non-traditional universities. Whether it is B, C and D, A, B and C, A, C and D, A, B and D. So in the same way you can identify that which make open universities as non-traditional university, which means only one of these 4 do not contribute to open universities as non-traditional universities. Open university is nothing but your distance learning method, like we learned in the 10th chapter as well in the paper 1. So yes, open learning deals with innovative method of teaching and learning because you learn at home and there are recorded videos, recorded audio tapes, textbooks, CDs given to you. Innovative method of admission, curriculum and evaluation. Yes, the curriculum is quite different. The admission procedure is not as stringent as in the regular one. Modern communication techniques. Yes, you are going to use modern communication techniques in open universities, right? You have audio tapes, you have recorded videos, you have live classes, you have certain face-to-face interactions. So all modern communication techniques are used. Teachers friendly approaches. Now the very crux of distance education is you are distinct from the teacher, right? So whether teacher is friendly or not doesn't matter much. So in this way you can actually identify that A, B and C make it open universities as non-traditional universities. So in that way option 2, that is A, B and C is the correct option for this question. And then you can see that we have solved 25 questions, which means part A that contributes to paper 1 question has 50 questions in your question paper, and we have solved 25 questions from part 1, which means from part 1 we have finished half of it. We have finished half the questions from paper 1 of part 1. Moving on to the 26th question regarding e-governance, which of the following statements is or are correct? So there will be a few statements given and you have to choose which of them is or are correct. Decreasing transparency is an ICT-enabled disadvantage of e-governance. E-governance is related to the implementation of ICT in the government process and functions. Common Service Centers, that is CSCs, help in providing and using e-government related services. So these are the 3 statements. You have to tell which of these are correct or is correct regarding e-governance. So the options given are all the 3, that is A, B and C, B and C, A and C, or A and B. It says decreasing transparency is an ICT-enabled disadvantage of e-governance. E-governance is related to the implementation of IT, that is Information and Communication Technology in the government processes and functions, or CSC helps in providing and using e-government related services. What is the correct option? Yes, option 2, B and C is correct, because decreasing transparency, that is reducing people's awareness about the e-governance activity, is not is not first of all a part of e-governance, and that is obviously a disadvantage of e-governance, but it is actually not true, right? ICT enabled e-governance system is actually to increase transparency, so the first option is actually false. So in that way, B and C are the only two correct options, and second option 2 is your correct answer. The next question is, which of the following statement is or are correct? Software is loaded into secondary storage from RAM and is then executed by the CPU. A search engine is a software system that is designed to search for information on the World Wide Web. So these are the only two statements given. You have to tell which of the following are correct. Whether it is A only, B only, both A and B, or neither A nor B. So you have to tell which of these is correct and which of these is not, right? So if the first statement is software is loaded into the secondary storage from RAM, that is random access memory, and is then executed by the CPU. A search engine is a software system that is designed to search for information on the World Wide Web. So this question is obviously from the computer and the ICT chapter. Yes, B only is the correct statement and A is not correct. So software is not actually loaded into secondary storage from RAM and is not executed. Finally everything is executed by the CPU only, but only the second option is correct option. So the second option, that is B only, is correct. The 28th question is, given below is a question followed by three statements. Okay, so they will give a question, after which there will be three statements. Identify the statements that are necessary to answer the question. So which of the three statements that are given are necessary to answer the question given? The question is, what is the percentage profit gained by a vendor when he sells an article? So the question is, what is the percentage profit gained by a vendor when he sells an article? So the statements are, he gives a 10% discount on the market price. He would have earned 25% profit if he did not give any discount. The cost price of an article is rupees 8,000. So which of these statements are important to answer the question that what is the percentage profit gain by a vendor when he sells an article? Choose the correct option from those given below. Whether it is A and B, B and C, A and C, or all the three A, B and C. Yes, the correct answer is the first option, that is A and B. The cost price of the article is 8,000 is not very important because the question only asks percentage profit gain. So only 10% discount, or if he would have earned a 25% profit if he did not give any discount. So directly percentage of profit gain is 25% profit and he gives a 10% discount. These are the only two important statements for answering this question. So option 1, that is A and B, are correct. The next question is, which of the following statements are true about a fuel cell? So there will be few statements made on fuel cell and then you have to tell which of them are correct. It is a device that uses electrochemical reaction to produce electric current. It consists of a positive electrode and a negative electrode separated by an electrolyte. Just like batteries, it needs to be recharged with an electric current. Choose the correct option from those given below. These are the three statements out of which you have to tell which of them are correct or not. The first option is A and B are correct. The second option is B and C are correct. The third option is A and C are correct. And the fourth is all the three A, B and C are correct. So which of these statements are true about a fuel cell? Yes, the first option, that only A and B are correct. The very important aspect of fuel cell is that it need not be recharged or it cannot be recharged, right? So it is not like a battery that needs to be recharged with an electric current. So only option A and B are correct. That it uses electrochemical reaction, whereas having positive and negative electrode that are separated by electrolyte. Only these two statements are correct about fuel cell. The next question is, consider the following statements with reference to the proposition, some girls are not students. Again, this question is based on square of opposition, right? And in this question, as I was telling you before, that I will deal with A, E, I and O propositions very, in elaboration and in great detail, and the ones who have not learned it before will also get an idea. So the proposition, the statement that they have made here is some girls are not students. Okay. Subject term student is distributed. Predicate term girls is undistributed. Predicate term students is distributed. Subject term girls is undistributed. So if you look at all the four statements that are being made here, they either talk about the subject term students. No, they either talk about the subject term, whether that is student or girls, and whether it is distributed or undistributed. In the class, when I was talking about squares of opposition, we actually dealt with one entire table where I told you which of them is distributed, which of them is not distributed, what is contrary, what is subcontrary, all those when in the beginning when I was talking to you about what is A type proposition, what is E type, what is I type, I told you what is distributed and which of the types, right? So choose the correct option from those given below. First option is only A and C are correct. Second option is only B and C are correct. Third option is only A and B are correct. And the fourth option only C and D are correct. So if you have been part of my classes, you should be able to answer this question. Yes, only C and D are correct. That is, predicate term students is distributed. First of all, if you look at the questions very carefully, the options given here very carefully. In the first option, they talk about subject term students. In the fourth option, they talk about subject term girls. So it's very important for you to identify whether girls is subject or the student term is subject. Yes, but the correct answer is the student term is the predicate actually, and the subject term is girl, right? When you talk about an English statement, the very grammar part of it, girl is the subject and students are the predicate. So very easily you can say predicate term students is distributed and subject term girls is undistributed. Now how will you identify whether what is distributed or not? This table is like a miracle to everybody who want to learn about A, E, I, and O, that is all the four propositions, right? So A type proposition is actually the universal positive. All of universal and particular are the it's the quantity, right? So universal and particular are the type of quantity, and positive and negative are the quality. When you say no, when you say all of that is positive and negative put together. So the example that we can use here, instead of some girls are not students. So when I say all politicians are liars, this is just an example, okay? I'm not making any generalized statement here. So if you say, for example, a statement here, say all politicians are liars, which means all subjects are predicate, right? So that is the form of the statement. All subjects are predicate, which means subject term here is politician, predicate is liar. And this is a universal positive. Here only the subject is distributed. In all A type statements, only subject is distributed. E type is no politician are liars, right? Which is in here again the statement type is no SRP, which means no politician is there. I mean, politician is a subject and predicate is a liar. No politician is liar. By universal, we mean everybody involved in that group, right? So all and no are all universal. Positive is when all politicians are, whatever you can say, or good or bad, whatever you predicate you add, when you say all politicians are, or even for this example given in the question, when you say all girls are students, that will be universal positive. When you say no girls are students, that will be universal negative. And in E type, that is universal negative, both subject and predicate are distributed. Moving on to the I type statement, where the statement form is some SRP or some subject are predicate, which means some politicians are liars. This is a particular positive. Why positive? Because we are saying are liars. You are confirming a fact. That is a positive statement. Why particular? Because it is only some. You are not talking about all. So this is a particular positive, and in every I type or particular positive statement, neither subject nor predicate is distributed. So in an I type statement, nothing is distributed, right? In the O type, that is some S are not P, that is some politicians are not liars. Is particular. Why? Because you're talking only about some politicians or some students or some girls. Negative because you're talking about not liars. Okay, it's a no something. So that is a negative aspect. In your O type statement, only predicate is distributed. This table I have dealt with in my class as well. Now, based on this, you have to identify what type of statement this is. Some girls are not students. Some subjects are not predicate. Very easily you can tell that it is an O type statement. And in an O type statement, only predicate is distributed. So search for the term that says predicate is distributed. Predicate term, very carefully, you have to note down that the predicate is students here, right? Is distributed. And the fourth option, which is subject term girl is undistributed is also correct because it's not distributed, right? So option C and D are correct and only the fourth option is the right one. I think after this question, you will be very, very clear with A, E, I and O concept or the squares of opposition topic. The 31st question is choose two factors that do not affect the academic performance of students adversely. First is low self-efficacy belief in God, indifferent attitude towards politics, teachers' low expectation from students. So choose the correct option. Which of the two factors do not contribute to academic performance of students? Whether it is A and B, B and C, C and D, or B and D. Now let's deal with each one of them separately. Low self-efficacy belief. Whether you believe in yourself, and as is always said, if you believe in yourself, you can achieve anything. Yes, so believing in yourself is very important for even academic performance of students. It's very important to have self-efficacy belief. So that is very important for students' performance also. Belief in God. Now, to some people it might be important, to some it might not be important, right? A lot of people do not believe in God and they're called atheists. And most people also believe in God, which is also fine, right? Whether you believe in God or you do not believe in God, that is not going to affect your academic performance. How much you learn, how you understand topic and how you answer them is what is important for your academic performance. So till now we have come to the conclusion that A is important, B is not important for academic performance. Indifferent attitude towards politics. Whether you know which party is in power, whether you are promoting one party or the other, whether you are in favor of one party or the other, whether you like one politician or you do not like one politician, all of that is not going to matter your academic performance, is it? Obviously not. Teachers' low expectation from students. When teachers not expecting anything from you, even you are not focused on education. When teacher expects from you, when teacher tells you that I want 90% or above from you, then even you're studying more, you're putting in more effort because you want to live up to that expectation. And even when I was teaching in class, I told you that teachers' expectation from students is very, very important, and a teacher should actually expect from all students. She should not be in a position that she's not expecting from a few at all. In that way, students will be demotivated, right? So till now, we have come to a conclusion that A and B are correct. But you know what? That is not the option. B and C are not factors of academic performance, are not affecting the academic performance of students adversely. Because the question here states choose two factors that do not affect the academic performance of students adversely. When we discuss all the 4 points in detail, I told you that A and D are important for academic performance and B and C are not important for students' academic performance. In that way, because the question says do not affect academic performance, you can choose option 2, that is B and C is going to be the correct answer. Next question is which of the two statements from the following statements are correct? Which of the two are correct? Right? So first question says sampling related error is subsumed under the category non-sampling error. Sampling error does not occur in multi-stage cluster sampling. Inaccurate sampling frame and non-response are examples of sampling related error. There is an inverse relation between heterogeneity of population and sampling error. Heterogeneity of population is when we talk about diverse population and not a very similar or homogeneous set. That is heterogeneity of population and sampling error. Choose the correct option. Which of the 2 out of the 4 are correct? Whether it is A and C, A and B, B and D or B and C. This is a very direct question when you talk about sampling error. When we also discussed this in the second chapter of the paper 1. A and C are the correct options. Why? Because sampling related error is subsumed under the category non-sampling error. When you actually correct non-sampling error, you are somehow correcting sampling error also, and they are both related. You have to reduce your sampling related error and non-sampling related error to the minimum. So that is the correct option. Inaccurate sampling frame and non-response are examples of sampling related error. It's a direct statement which is correct. Sampling error does not occur in multi-stage cluster sampling, cannot be true. There can be sampling error in multi-stage cluster sampling. Okay, so option B is the wrong statement. There is an inverse relation between heterogeneity of population and sampling error is wrong because there is actually a direct relationship. The more diverse your population, the more sampling error you're going to have. You should try and always have a homogeneous population, right, to reduce the sampling error. So in that way, we can say that option A and option C are the correct option, which makes option 1 the correct answer. The next question is match the following historic places with their distinguishing discipline of learning. Obviously, this comes from the last chapter of paper 1. So, in the list 1, you have historic places, that is Takshila, Ujjain, Sarnath, and Ajanta. The list 2 is discipline for which they were distinguished. It could be astronomy, Buddhism, art, architecture, and painting, and medicine. So, for these type of questions, you will have all the options, that is, choose the correct option from these given below. Right? So, you will have options given in this way. You will either have A1, B2, C3, D4, A2, B1, C4, D3, A3, B4, D2, C2, D1, and A4, B1, C2, D3, right? So in these way, 4 options will be given in different combinations. Okay, so even when you identify one correct, your answer doesn't end there. You have to get all the 4 matching correct. Even if you get 2 matching correct and 2 matching wrong, your answer is going to be wrong, right? You have to get all the 4 correct. So even if you are unsure about the options, I will tell you a simple trick for all the match the following type of questions. For questions in which you have 2 lists and then they are match the following given option, there is a simple trick by which you can actually solve these questions, right? I've actually shown you the answer directly here. But anyways, if you actually look at the options alone and not look at the answer here, say for example, you must have surely heard about the Ajanta and Ellora caves, right? So you know Ajanta talks about art, architecture, and painting, which then you know that option D corresponds to D corresponds to 3. So when you look at all these 4 options, D you know is 3, right? So in this way you can rule out option 1 and option 3 because here option D is 4 and here option D is 1, which are not correct, right? So you can come down to an understanding that correct answer is either 2 or 4 because you know that D is going to be 3 only. Correct? D is 3. Now we also know that Takshila, when we were learning, came up with medicine as its most important field, right? So medicine is the most important field with Takshila. With Ujjain, astronomy was a great boom. So in that way, you can tell that option 2 is not correct because Takshila does not talk about Buddhism. Takshila talks about medicine, right? So in that way, option 4 is the correct option because you have to finally choose from 2 and 4. It's like a 50-50 option. You have ruled out 2 options and then you are moving on to the 4th one. Out of 2 and 4, you have identified that 2 is also not correct and 4 is correct one. We will deal the other match the following questions also in the same way and you will get a better idea. Moving on to the next type, which of the following soil orders match with their descriptions, right? So the 4 options are histosols, andisols, jelly soils, and aridosols. The 4 options in the other list are soil order that includes soil formed from volcanic ash, soil order of cold regions including soils underlain by permafrost, soil order consisting of soils of dry climate, soil order consisting of soils with a thick upper layer of organic matter. So choose the correct option from those given below. So these are your 4 options given. Now, very importantly, when you heard about aridosols, you always associate regions that are arid are always dry. Normally, you talk about arid when there is famine, there is drought, there is less water. You talk about aridosols. So in that way, you can actually tell that aridosols associate with soil order consisting of soils of dry climate, right? So here you know that option D corresponds with 3. When you look at your final options, option 3 tells D is 4, which is wrong. So you have ruled out option 3 and only 1, 2 and 4 may be correct. Out of 1, 2 and 4 only the correct answer lies. Histosol. Always when you talk about histology, histosol, hist always talks about cell matter, right? Or organic matter, the cell part. So soil order consisting of soils with a thick upper layer of organic matter is what histosols are. Correct? Because when you talk about histology also you talk about the cell structure, you talk about the organic matter. So in that way, you know that now you do not have to look at 3 at all because you have ruled that out. Out of 1, 3 and 4, 1, 2 and 4, you know histosols correspond with soil order consisting of soils with thick upper layer of organic matter. That is, A corresponds to 4. In that way, you can say the first option is the correct answer. Got it? Even if you know which corresponds to the other one, if you know that histosol is organic matter, andisol is formed from volcanic ash, jelly soil is formed from permafrost because gel corresponds to frosting in colder climates, right? So these are the things that you should associate with. And aridosol with dry climate. If you know the direct answer, then there is no problem. You will directly have to choose the correct one and choose. But in case you are not sure with what the correct term is, then you can, follow the simple trick of associating one with the other and then trying to rule out the incorrect option. Question number 35, match the two lists. So list 1 talks about the digital initiatives and list 2 is the purpose of that initiative. So list 1 deals with Umang, Beam, eBiz and Swayam. List 2 talks about G2B services, learning platform, unified payment interface and single point of access to all government services. Choose the correct option. So these are the 4 options given. Now, if you have known a lot of social media, a lot of television, you will know that Beam is one app for unified payment interface. Even when you go to Department of Social, you can pay through Paytm and Beam as well. So you know that Beam talks about unified payment interface. So it's a payment platform, correct? So B talks with 3. Beam corresponds with the third option. So when you look at all of these options, B3 is only option 3. So in that way, you can directly answer. You don't even have to look at the other ones, right? Because out of all the 4 options, only the third option B corresponds with 3. And in case you are unsure even in this way, you can cross-check all the other options. Now you know that B is 3. It says A is 4. Umang is a single point access to all government services. Yes, Umang is a government service, correct. C corresponds to 1 according to the correct option that you have chosen. eBiz is obviously a G2B services, which is an e-commerce concept. And you know that D is 2. Why? Because Swayam is a learning platform like we have always learned in our first and final chapter in the paper 1. So when you can actually identify one correct option for certain, then you can again cross-check the other. When we know B is 3 for sure, then you can just cross-check A4, C1, B2 and you can go ahead with that option itself. The 36th question is match correctly the items of column 1 with items of column 2. So column 1 is ontology, epistemology, methodology and method. Column 2 is ideographic, realism, survey and positivism. 4 options are, and whichever you are more comfortable with, in that way you can choose the correct answer. In that way, if you do, 4th option is the correct one. Why? Because a very important aspect that you can actually see is method. Survey is a method, right? So that if you know what the concept means, you can directly see option 4 is the correct one. If not, then the simple trick for this match could be that survey is a type of method, right? Method to do your research. So in that way, you can go with D as 3, that is survey. So when you see all the 4 options, 1 and 2 are wrong because B is not 3 in them. 3 and 4 are correct because B is 3, correct? Now if you see in both the third and the 4th option given, C corresponds to 1 only. Methodology is always ideographic, right? So that you can't do much about. A and B are intriguing and it could either be 2 or 4 according to the 2 options. So whether ontology talks about realism or positivism, that is the most important thing. Like I told you that I showed you that Venn diagram kind of picture where we actually discussed that ontology talks about the reality of knowledge, correct? So ontology deals with realism. So in that way you can be sure that option 4 is the correct one, where ontology deals with realism and epistemology deals with positivism. In that way option 4 is the correct option. The next question is select the advantage of feedback in the process of communication from the following. Like we have learned communication chapter, we have discussed in detail why feedback is so very important. So here a few statements are made of why feedback is important and you should choose the advantage of feedback from them. It is beneficial in understanding of the subject matter. It diagnoses the defects in receiver. It clarifies the communication or it explores the defects in receiver. Okay, select the advantage of feedback in the process of communication from the following. If you think more than 1 are correct, no. There has to be one straightforward direct advantage of feedback. Whether it is beneficial in understanding the subject matter, whether it diagnoses the defects in receiver, whether it clarifies the communication, or whether it explores the defects in receiver. Yes, it clarifies the communication is the basic idea of feedback. When it clarifies the communication, it could actually diagnose the defects in receiver, or it could either explore the defects in receiver, it could be beneficial in subject matter and all. But the very direct advantage of feedback is it clarifies the communication. It tells whether the receiver is understood or it not. in what way it has understood, all of that can be put together when we say it clarifies the communication. Correct? Moving on to the next question, match the following values with the distinguishing function. Okay, so it talks about sacrifice, sincerity, self-control, and altruism. The second list talks about working in a stipulated time, confinement of an individual mind on action, showing love and affection, and helping without selfish motive. Choose the correct option from those given below. Okay. So sacrifice, as you know, is helping without selfish motives. When you sacrifice something, you are helping somebody without any selfish motive. So A you can associate with 4. When you associate A with 4, you know directly that option 2 is your correct answer. Right? Because the other 3 A options are different. Just for more confidence, you can cross-check the other options also, like I was telling you. When you say A is 4, it says B is 1. Sincerity is working in a stipulated time. Yes, when you're sincere towards your work, you finish your work in the given time. C is 2. Self-control is confinement of an individual mind on action. When you decide on self-control that you are not going to watch television for more than 1 hour today, then that is your self-control. That is your confinement of individual mind on action. And again, D is 3. Altruism is obviously showing love and affection. So in that way, you can say that option 2 is the correct answer. The 39th question is select the option that lists components for a cyberspace address or a URL in the correct order from beginning to end. The options given are, it is in the order, okay? So these are the 3 parts, obviously we all know. But what is the correct order? Whether it's protocol, domain name of host, or path of file. Path or file, protocol, domain name of host. Protocol, path or file, domain name of host. Domain name of the host, protocol, path or file. Which of these is correct? Yes, the correct option is protocol, domain name of the host, and path or file. So if I have to give you an example, a protocol is www, which is a plain protocol. Domain name of the host, say for example, when we talk about Amazon website, say when you're going for shopping or Flipkart, that matter. So protocol is always going to be www. Domain name of the host could be Amazon or Flipkart. Path or file is .co.in or .com. What is the path of the file? When you say .in, then you know that it corresponds to India. When you say .com, then that is a commercial website. So that is your protocol, domain name of the host, and path of file. That is the correct order. The next question is, which of the following sequence represents the correct order of soil particles arranged in terms of article size from the smallest to the largest? So when we were discussing about soil also in the environment chapter, I told you that there are different parts of a soil or different sizes of soil particles like silt, sand, gravel, and clay. You have to tell which of these is smallest to the largest. You have to arrange them in the ascending order and choose the correct option accordingly. So when I say gravel, silt, clay, and sand, if you choose this option, then you are trying to say that gravel is the smallest, silt is then slightly larger, clay slightly larger than silt as well, and sand is the largest. Okay, if you choose this option. The second is silt, clay, gravel, or sand. The third option is clay, silt, sand, or gravel. The fourth option is silt, clay, sand, or gravel. Now you know the very most important thing that gravel is the largest part of the soil. Sand is slightly smaller than gravel. And out of clay and silt, you know that clay is the smallest of it. Clay is like, you can make a paste of clay, but you can't make a paste of silt, right? So in that way, the correct order is clay, silt, sand, and gravel. Gravel is the largest, sand slightly smaller, silt slightly smaller than sand, and clay is the smallest part of it. In fact, it is very powdery also. So it's a very direct, straightforward general question. The next question is, arrange the steps of research in the sequence in which they are presented in the thesis. Very importantly, read the question carefully. It says not in the order in which or the sequence in which you perform, but in the sequence in which they are presented in your thesis or your dissertation finally. The 4 options are discussion, review of literature, results, conceptual framework of problem. The second option is review of literature, problem, conceptual framework, results, discussion. The third option is problem, review of literature, conceptual framework, results, discussion. The fourth option is problem, review of literature, conceptual framework, results, discussion. Now, if you see very carefully, option C and D are same, correct? But anyways, even if they are same, we have to identify which is the correct order. If you are unsure what conceptual framework means, it's your methodology, the method by which you do your research. Very commonly known research methodology or method is also known as conceptual framework. Now, will you write discussion first or you will write review of literature before discussion? Obviously, you will write review of literature much before discussion, so option A is wrong. Review of literature, problem, concept, whether you will write review of literature before or problem before. Obviously, you are going to write problem before, then you are going to review the literature as to what all is identified about the problem. Then you are going to go about methodology or conceptual framework, then you are going to present your results. Finally, you are going to discuss your results. Now, because C and D are same, will you choose C or will you choose D? Actually, you can choose either of them. In fact, in the December 2019 home science paper, both C and D were given correct option. And if you had chosen C also, you will get 2 marks. If you had chosen D also, you will get 2 marks. But if you chose A or B, you will get 0 marks, right? So in this, you will not get 2 for everybody. Because C and D are both the correct option given, you have to either choose C or D, and both of them will give you the correct mark, that is 2 marks. If you choose A or B, then you will get 0 only. So both C and D were considered. The 42nd question is given below are two statements. One is labeled as assertion, the other is labeled as reason. Now, assertion, reason are very important questions. They will appear in your part 1 in paper 1 session, and they will also appear in your part 2 paper 2 home science questions as well. So they will assert the reason statement. They will give you reason for that statement, and then they will ask you various things on that assertion and reason, and you have to choose the correct option accordingly. So let's see the first or the 42nd question. That is the first question based on assertion and reason type. The assertion in this question is, through online teaching, a large number of students can be taught by very competent faculty. That is, best faculty can take online teaching classes, so a large number of students can watch them. The reason is, online teaching helps students in developing critical thinking more than the offline teaching can do. So this is the assertion and reason given in the question. In the light of the above two statements, choose the correct option. Both A and R are true, and R is the correct explanation of A. Both A and R are true, and R is not the correct explanation of A. A is true, but R is false. A is false, but R is true. So you have to identify which of these 4 options, A, B, C, and D, are correct. So through online teaching, a large number of students can be taught by very competent faculty. Yes, when the best faculty takes an online course and then distributes to everybody who can have access to it, a large number of students can benefit from that online teaching course. So you have come to the point that A is true, correct? So in this way, you can rule out option B, which says A is false. All the other 3 are saying that A is true, right? So B option is wrong. Online teaching method, let's look at the reason. Online teaching helps students in developing critical thinking more than the offline teaching can do. Obviously, that's not true, whether it is online teaching or offline teaching. If the subject matter the teacher is good and the student is learning with full concentration, critical thinking can be developed. There is no difference whether it's online or offline. So R is false. So in this way, you can say that option C is the correct option, where A is true and R is false. So I hope you have understood how you should deal with assertion and reason questions. So the 43rd question is also an assertion reason question. The assertion is, a blog is a form of social media. The reason is, a blog allows anyone to communicate to a public audience. So in the light of the above two statements, choose the correct option. Both A and R are true, and R is the correct explanation of A. Both A and R are true, and R is not the correct explanation of A. A is true, but R is false. A is false, but R is true. So the options are the same. Now, whether the blog is a form of social media, yes, it is. Whether a blog allows to communicate to a public audience, yes, it does. Okay, that is the reason why blog is called social media. So both A and R are true, and R is the correct explanation of A. So in that way, you can choose option A as the correct option. The next question is also an assertion reason question. The assertion here is, skill development is a key feature in every individual's life. The reason, an individual who wants to get employed needs to possess good education only. In the context of above two statements, choose the correct option. The first option A is, both A and R are true, and R is the correct explanation of A. Both A and R are true, and R is not the correct explanation of A. A is true, but R is false. A is false, but R is true. So the assertion here is skill development is a key feature in every individual's life. Yes, that is very important, right? All of us should possess some of the other kind of skill to be fruitful in life. So assertion is true. In this way, we can say that option D is wrong because it says A is false. The reason given is an individual who wants to get employed needs to possess good education only. That is not true. Sometimes who has not had education also can have certain skills that can make them employable, right? So R is false. Hence, we can say that the third option, that is option C, A is true but R is false, is the correct option. The 45th question is also an assertion reason question. The assertion is Government of India established higher educational statutory body to ensure quality of education. The reason is there are some educational institutions in India which do not provide quality education. In the context of above two statements, choose the correct option. Both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. Both A and R are true and R is not the correct explanation of A. A is true but R is false. A is false but R is true. So what is going to be the correct answer? Yes, both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. Because there are certain educational institutes in India which do not provide quality education, Government of India has established higher educational statutory bodies like NAT and NBA to ensure quality of education, because then everybody would be in the checkpoint of they should provide quality education. So these institutions that do not provide quality education will also try and provide quality education to have good rankings, correct? Now make sure that all of these questions that we are dealing with are part of the December 2019 home science paper for UGC NET, and you can actually understand what kind of questions UGC NET NTA always asks in the NET exam. They can be quite simple, quite straightforward, but slightly tricky. So you have to understand here all the options might seem more or less correct, because there isn't much difference. And even in certain questions, they might seem all the four options are correct. But you have to put your critical analysis into thinking. Sometimes try out the 50-50 method of ruling out options one after the other. If you know the correct answer straightforward, then nothing better than that. Just directly give the correct answer. But if not, there are still certain tricks and tips, like I keep constantly telling you, with different types of questions. They will all enable you to answer the questions more appropriately and choose the most correct option. So because we have finished 45 questions, and if you remember your NET UGC NTA NET JRF syllabus, paper 1 third chapter actually is comprehension, which says that a comprehension will be given and 5 questions will be asked based on that, and then each question will carry 2 marks. So because we have finished 45 questions and only 5 more questions are left from paper 1 or part 1 of the question paper, all the 5 are going to be comprehension papers, and a passage will be given to you and you have to answer the questions asked accordingly. If you are thinking that the first 5 questions were based on comprehension, no, they were data interpretation where a table was given and questions were asked based on a table. Comprehension is where a passage in English will be given to you and you have to answer the passage according to the questions asked. So comprehension says read the following passage and answer the questions which follow. So we will actually read the passage first together so that you have an understanding of what the passage is all about. I will read the passage once for you and I hope that you read it along with me so that you have an idea of what it is they are talking about. And then we will deal with all the 5 questions one after the other. Okay. So first, the passage starts saying, even though globalization is one of the most discussed topics in the contemporary world, it is not altogether a well-defined concept. A multitude of global interactions are put under the broad heading of globalization, varying from expansion of culture and scientific influences across borders to the enlargement of economic and business relations throughout the world. A wholesale rejection of globalization would not only go against global business, it would also cut out movement of ideas, understanding, and knowledge that can help all the people of the world, including the most disadvantaged members of the world population. A comprehensive rejection of globalization can thus be powerfully counterproductive. There is a strong need to separate out the different questions that appear merged together in the rhetoric of anti-globalization protests. The globalization of knowledge deserves a particularly high-profile recognition, despite all the good things that can be rightly said about the importance of local knowledge. The second part of the passage says that globalization is often seen both in journalistic discussion and in remarkably many academic writings as a process of westernization. Indeed, some who take an upbeat view of the phenomenon even see it as a combination of Western civilization to the world. So that was the passage for you, mostly dealing with globalization and arguments, that are pro and con towards it. The first question based on the passage, that is the 46th question of the paper. According to the passage, which of the following is not a well-defined concept? Okay, multiculturalism or identity or globalization or local knowledge. Which of these is not a well-defined concept based on the passage? It is very important that you read the passage carefully and answer the questions according to the passage. A lot of times, what is written in the passage is against the common belief. So you cannot put your ideology, your thought into it. When it says according to the passage, you have to write it directly to the passage, even if you do not believe in it, right? So this is a very straightforward, direct question, which is not a well-defined concept according to the passage. Yes, it is globalization. Why? Because here, in the very beginning of the passage, as I've marked it here, you can see one of the most discussed topics in contemporary world is not altogether a well-defined concept. Globalization is one of the most discussed topics, and it is not altogether a well-defined concept. So very directly, this is a globalization is a correct option. See how easily you can get 2 marks, and every 2 marks count, because clearing your net and JRF is very, very important. You can miss out on net and JRF, even in one question. I have known people who have actually missed their JRF. They cleared their net and they missed their JRF by 0.3%. That's a very narrow margin to miss your JRF, and that person actually wrote the net exam again. So it's very important that you try and achieve every question correctly. Try and answer each question correctly, and do not leave any question, even if you're unsure of them. Choose the most appropriate according to you. If even in your guesswork, if by luck you get the answer correct, you are going to get a bonus of 2 marks. Because there's no negative marking, it's best to answer all questions. So the next question based on the same passage is, according to the passage, which of the following is counterproductive? Normally, what I would suggest is choose for the word that is given in the question in the passage, where you can find that word, the answer will lie in the same sentence. So the first option is, the question asks which of the following is counterproductive. The options are comprehensive support to globalization, wholesale rejection of globalization, comprehensive rejection of anti-globalization protests, and recognition of local knowledge system. I want you to find the answer by yourself, and then I will tell you what the correct answer is. Just find out where the word counterproductive in the passage arises and what can be counterproductive. Yes, option B is the correct option. Wholesale rejection of globalization is counterproductive. Okay, so as I've marked here, you can see a comprehensive rejection of globalization can thus be powerfully counterproductive. Now, if you think, as soon as you see the word comprehensive, if you choose the first option, you are wrong, because comprehensive support is different from comprehensive rejection. If you see C and comprehensive and you choose C as the correct option, you are still wrong, because comprehensive rejection of globalization is different from comprehensive rejection of anti-globalization, correct? So do not just go with the first word. Read the entire sentence, read the entire passage. There is no harm in reading the same passage over and over again to get better clarity at it. Because if by mistake you make certain reading mistakes, you make certain comprehensive mistakes, you can lose out on your 2 marks. And it's very, very important to get every mark possible, right? So read it out 2 or 3 times. There is no harm in rereading it again to make yourself clear, right? So again, recognition of local systems, local knowledge system is a very different concept that I are talking much later. So wholesale rejection or comprehensive rejection of globalization is B is the correct option. Don't just go by the word comprehensive and choose A or C, okay? You have to read the sentence and the passage very, very carefully. The third question on the passage is, according to the passage, globalization is perceived often by media and academia as supporting local knowledge systems, detrimental to local knowledge systems, a process of westernization, a process of facilitating global business. Where in the passage are we talking about media and academicians, opinions? If you can identify that place, you will be able to identify the correct answer also. Yes, option C, that is the process of westernization, is correct. So the second part of the passage that says globalization is often seen both by journalistic discussions, which is media, and remarkably by many academic writings, that is academia, as a process of westernization. Yeah. So as a process of westernization, that makes option C the correct answer. The next question on this passage is the attempt of the author in the passage is. Now, if you realize, the answer for this question is not in the passage. The answer to this question is understanding of the passage. What you understand of the passage is the answer of the question, and there is no direct answer that you will find in the passage, because they are asking the attempt of the author in the passage is what? Unconditioned advocacy of globalization, unconditioned rejection of globalization, unconditioned rejection of local knowledge system, or unbiased evaluation of globalization. Yes, it is unbiased evaluation of globalization, because they are talking about the good of globalization and they are talking the bad also when they are saying that local knowledge is also important rather than just going globally always. Okay? So unbiased evaluation of globalization is the correct answer. So this is one question where they are testing your comprehensive or understanding ability, right? This is a tricky question with passage. The previous three that we saw were directly given from the passage. You did not have to apply a lot of brain, right? You could have directly just spotted the word and answered it accordingly. But this is a tricky question. So it's very important that you read the passage properly. You read the options correctly. Unconditioned advocacy of globalization. Advocacy is favoring globalization. Unconditioned rejection of globalization. You can see that directly there is not always positive about globalization or negative about globalization in this passage. And there is no unconditional rejection of local knowledge system also, because they are praising the local knowledge as well. So this passage is about unbiased evaluation of globalization. The last question based on this passage is, as per the passage, a wholesale reduction of globalization would result in affecting global business, movement ideas, local knowledge system. So there are only three, right? Choose the correct answer from the options given below, whether it is A and B, A and C, C and B, or all the three, that is A, B and C. So a wholesale rejection of globalization would result in which of these? Would it result in affecting global business? Would it result in movement of ideas? Or would it result in local knowledge systems affection? Yes, only one option is correct. That is A and B will be affected. Local knowledge system will not be affected by globalization's rejection, right? Because globalization is about talking about a global aspect. Your local knowledge is still going to flourish, right? And you do not have to actually apply brain in this question as well, because it's directly given here. A wholesale rejection of globalization would not only go against global business, wherein option A is going to get affected. It would also cut out on movement of ideas. That is, option B is also correct. Understanding and knowledge that can help all the people of the world, right? So option C is not mentioned anywhere here. So option C does not count. Only A and B are correct. So with 50 questions, we finished part 1. If you remember in the beginning of this session, I told you that part 1 that consists of paper 1 questions have 50 questions in total, right? So we have finished 50 questions, and in this way, we have finished paper 1 questions for December 2019 UGC NET for home science. Now we will move on to paper 2 or part 2 of the question paper, which mostly deals with paper 2 questions. That is questions on home science. In case you found the session till now helpful to you in some way for writing your exam, do like and comment below. So moving on to the first question from paper 2 or part 2 of the question, that is the 51st question of your exam paper, that is question number 51. And as you can see, it is a question based on RDA. RDA is very, very important with NET exam point of view. 1 or 2 questions always are asked from RDA only. Okay, so as per ICMR 2010, the recommended dietary allowance for energy for 10 to 12-year-old girl is, so it's a very direct question. You have to know the energy for a 10 to 12-year-old girl. Is it 1900 kilocalories per day, 2010 kilocalories per day, 2190 kilocalories per day, or 2230 kilocalories per day? It's a very direct question. If you remember the RDA, you can know it directly. That is 2010 kilocalories per day. So in that way, option B is the correct answer. The next question is, choose the incorrect statement about BMR. So a few statements will be given and you have to choose the incorrect one or the wrong one. BMR is directly related to body surface area or surface area of body. BMR is inversely proportional to the age of a person. BMR is increased in warm climates. Males have higher BMR than age-matched females. So how are you going to find out which is the wrong one? BMR is directly related to the surface area of body. Correct. A fat person will have a higher BMR compared to a thinner person, right? Of the same weight. When I tell fat and thin, I mean the same weight. Say a 65 kg person who's little fat and plump, and a 65 kg person who's quite lean. You know, the fatter person will have a higher BMR. So it is related to body surface area, wherein a higher surface area will increase their BMR. So that is true. BMR, the second option says BMR is inversely proportional to the age of a person, which is also correct. Why? Because we already know that children in the age of 0 to 1 or 0 to 2 will have a very high BMR compared to a 60-year-old person. So as the age increases, BMR decreases, correct? So it is an inversely proportional relationship. So that is also correct. If you look at option D, males have a higher BMR than age-matched females. A 40-year male will have a higher BMR compared to a 40-year-old female. Why? Because the general body makeup of males is more bony, more muscular, and the normal makeup of a woman's body is more fat mass in there, you know. Even if you see the normal ratio of fat, it's higher in women than in men. And if you see the normal ratio of muscle mass, it's higher in men than in women. So males have generally higher BMR than age-matched females. But if you look at option C, it says BMR is increased in warm climates, which is wrong. How? Because BMR is increased in colder climates. You know, if you are in a very cold climate and if you've been to a very cold place, you'll realize that your BMR is so high that your energy is used up so quickly that you feel hungry often again. In warm climates, your body is quite lethargic, quite resting. It's not working at a very high level. Another reason why BMR is quite high in colder climates and not warmer climates is because your body's normal ambient temperature is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. To maintain that temperature in warm climates is much easier because the outside environment is also quite similar. But in colder climates, when the temperature goes to zero, sub-zero condition, your body has to work much harder to maintain the normal temperature. So in this way, BMR is actually increased in colder climates and not in warmer climates. Hence, option C, BMR is increased in warm climates, is the correct option for this question, but which is actually the incorrect statement about the BMR. The next question is, a diet high in saturated fat can be linked to which one of the following disorders? Is it related to kidney failure? Is it related to bulimia? Is it related to anorexia? Or is it related to cardiovascular diseases? Yes, if you remember very well, and if you have learned it nicely, you can tell that the option B, cardiovascular diseases, is correct. Why? Because we always learn about development of fatty streak, atherosclerosis, plaque formation in cardiovascular diseases with fats is a direct link. So a diet high in saturated fats would link to cardiovascular diseases. The next question is, which of the following fat is richer in short and medium chain fatty acids? Is it butter? Is it peanut oil? Is it almond oil? Or is it margarine? It's a very straightforward direct question, and butter is correct answer because butter is one fat which is very high in short and medium chain fatty acids, like we all know. Margarine is quite similar to butter, but the raw material is an oil, right? Oil is, converted to a butter-like substance called margarine, right? So in that way, the other three are oil-based, which are not very rich in short and medium chain fatty acids. Butter is one which is rich in short and medium chain fatty acids. The 55th question is, BARS is a tool used for what? Is it for checking quality of food? Is it for designing layout plans? Is it for performance appraisal? Or is it feedback communication? If you know the full form of BARS, you can very easily answer this question. And I hope you have learned that as well. So BARS is a tool used for performance appraisal. Alright, if you have not known this, it's very important that you take note of this right now. So BARS, the full form is behaviorally anchored rating scale. So it is a rating scale based on your behavior for performance appraisal. It is a commonly used methodology by companies to compare the performance of its employees against specific or predefined set of behavior traits which are linked to specific numeric value or rating from a scale of 1 to 5. So they have set standards according to the bar scale. If the person is closer to it, you will give it a higher rating of 5. If the person is very far away from the set domain, then you give a lower rating. What is HACCP system for? HACCP is a very, very important concept when quality control of food is, in picture. So is it physical, chemical and biological hazard? Is it for physical, chemical and biological hazard? Is it a systematic analysis of all steps and regular monitoring of control points? Is it identifying the critical control points, including their location, procedure and process? Or is it accurately monitoring food hygiene hazard? Now this question is quite easy, but the options are quite tricky because you might feel that all the 4 are correct. No? But identify what is HACCP. It is hazard analysis critical control points, correct? So it is not just about physical, chemical and biological hazard. You are analyzing the hazard and then you are checking on the critical control point also as well. So option 1 can be ruled out. And accurately monitoring food hygiene hazard is also a very general point, right? So in that way you can say systematic analysis of all steps and regular monitoring of control points. When you talk about why option C is not the correct answer, I will tell you that identifying the critical control points, including their location, procedure, and process, is actually only dealing with the CCP part, that is critical control points. Here they are not talking about hazard analysis in option C. In option B, they are talking about a systemic analysis, that is hazard analysis of all steps and regular monitoring of the control points. So option B is more accurate in this question. Jams and jellies can be preserved by adding sugar at concentration of 65%, 75%, 40% or 50%. Now this is a very direct question. They are asking you what percentage of sugar should be there in jams and jellies. And mind you, this question is not only appearing in December 2019 home science paper. This question has appeared in a lot of previous home science UGC NET papers. Okay, it's a very important question with NET exam point of view because it's quite often repeated. And the correct answer is yes, 65% of sugar should be added for jams and jellies. The next question is the ability of fiber to maintain its thickness is elasticity, wickability, loft or resilience. All of these terms we have learned when we were talking about properties of different fibers, right? In the textiles and fibers chapter. So when we talk about maintaining thickness, even if you have not learned this chapter and if you have seen a lot of advertisements, you would know that to maintain a certain thickness is referred to as loft. Why? Because if you've seen, the winter wear ads, they will tell you this is a solution that if you put in your cloth, your woolens would be of a certain thickness and would have that comfort. It will not press down. Right? So it is called as a loft. And there is another suggestion or a tip that I will give you. When you read such a question, say elasticity, wickability, loft and resilience. Loft, now you know that is the ability of fiber to maintain thickness. It is very important for you to know about elasticity, wickability and resilience also, right? In case you are unsure of what the other options mean, it's very important that you go back to your textbook, you go back to your notes and understand the other 3 options also. Because they are not going to, the UGC NTA NET is not going to give you 4 very random options, right? They are going to give you 4 related options where you can get confused, but you have to choose the correct option, right? So when loft is the correct answer, elasticity, wickability and resilience are also important concepts. And you have to know their meaning as to understand why they are not the correct answer for this question. And not only for this question, I am suggesting this for all the questions that we have discussed in the previous part, and all the 57 questions that we dealt before this question, and all the questions that will appear after this also. Even other than the correct option, you should know what the other 3 options mean, because they are also important concepts. And you have to understand why they are not the correct answer, and only the correct answer is ideally correct, right? So understand the other 3 options also very, very well. The 59th question is stitch used to hold several layers of fabric rather than seam is called. Now seam is normally what we associate with holding 2 or more clothes, right? Now here they are telling stitch that is used to hold several layers, but it is not a seam. It is what? Is it even basting? Is it diagonal basting? Is it slip basting or pin basting? Yes, option B, diagonal basting is the correct answer. Why? Because this is a stitch that is most often used in tailoring to hold fabric layers together. It is not along the stitching line, it is somewhere in between, okay? The stitches control the shifting of fabric during pressing, fitting and the construction. So that is diagonal basting and it is not along the stitching line and it is not a seam, okay? The 60th question is, the airspace in the fabric may be due to not dash the spinning solution for yarn preparation. Okay, so the question says that if there is an airspace in the fabric, it may be due to not doing something, that is not dash the spinning solution for yarn preparation. So during yarn preparation, if you don't do certain thing to a spinning solution, it will cause airspace. What is that thing that if you miss out on doing for your spinning solution for yarn preparation, you will have airspace in the fabric? Is it filtering? Is it bleaching? Is it xanthating? Or is it ripening? Should you filter the spinning solution? Should you bleach the spinning solution? Should you xanthate the spinning solution or should you ripen the spinning solution? Yes, you have to filter the spinning solution. In that way, your fabric will not have airspace. The 61st question is 1 by 26 root count. Okay, this root count is also 1 divided by 26 of root counts. Okay, all of this is the denominator. The whole thing is the denominator. Is the formula to calculate yarn dash. What quality of a yarn can you calculate using this formula? Is it yarn twist? Is it yarn diameter? Is it yarn count or is it yarn weight? Yes, the correct answer is yarn diameter. These are direct conceptual questions. Well, if you know the concept, you can answer it directly. So 1 by 26 root counts is the formula for formula to calculate yarn diameter. That is how many threads or how many fibers appear within the set count is the diameter. The device in machine which feeds thread in sufficient quantity and tightens the loop is top tension device or thread guide or take up lever or spool pin. This you must have surely learned when you were learning the parts of a sewing machine. At that time when we discussed individual parts of a sewing machine, you will know which part is required to feed thread in sufficient quantity and tightens the loop also. Yes, it is a take-up lever which is at one side of the sewing machine. It's usually towards the left side of the sewing machine, which is a take-up lever that will actually take sufficient thread from your thread reel and will tighten the loop also. Avoid V necklines for persons with long and thin neck, short and heavy neck, short and thick neck, or long and heavy neck. Okay? So they are telling you that you should avoid V neckline for person of a certain type, right? A V neckline is something like I'm wearing right now, no? So a V type, wherein you have a broad, very long V neck type, should be avoided for long and thin neck, short and heavy neck, short and thick neck, long and heavy neck. Okay, so long or short, you understand, right? Mine is a very short neck. If you see a long neck, people have certain kind of long neck. Okay, thin and heavy neck. By thin we mean it's a very thin one. By thick or heavy one we mean it's a heavier neck. It's a broader neck. So for which kind of people, for a certain neck type, you should avoid V necklines. It's for what? Yes, it is for long and thin neck. If people have really long and thin neck, then adding a V neckline will make it appear even longer and thicker, thinner. I'm sorry. So it would actually exaggerate a feature that is not often appreciated. So it makes the neck look very long. So it should be avoided. So in that way, you can say option A, long and thick neck should be avoided. People with long and thin neck should avoid V necklines, right? If it is a short one or a heavy one, it will actually, make it look even better. But if your neck is already very long and very thin, then wearing a V neckline would actually make it appear even longer. The 64th question is, silhouette is the arrangement of motives to give vertical movement, outline of the clothes modified from distance, outline of clothes with detail, asymmetrically balanced press. Now, even by general knowledge, you should know what a silhouette means. Okay, is it arrangement of motifs? Is it outline of clothes from distance, or is it outline of clothes from with detail, or is it asymmetrically balanced press? Yes, silhouette is actually option B, that is outline of the clothes noticed from distance. It is a mere structure. If it is a long flowing skirt, the silhouette is of a certain type. If it is a short skirt, the silhouette is of a certain type. If you are wearing a jumpsuit, then your silhouette is of a certain type. So it is actually the outline of truth noticed from a distance. It's a mere outline. Question number 65. According to Herzberg's motivation hygiene theory, which of the following is not a hygiene factor? Right? If you remember Herzberg's motivation hygiene theory when we discussed in class, I told you that there are certain motivation factors and certain hygiene factors. This question is asking that there will be certain statements made. Which of the following is not a hygiene factor in Herzberg's motivation and hygiene theory? Working condition, salary, relationship with supervisor, or work itself? Which of these is not a hygiene factor? Yes, the correct answer is work itself. So if you remember the Herzberg two-factor principles, there are two parts to it, that is influenced by motivator factors that will increase job satisfaction. And there are certain hygiene factors that if not maintained properly would give job dissatisfaction, right? So achievement, recognition, responsibility, the work itself, advancement and personal growth are all motivation factors. They are not hygiene factors. That's why work itself becomes the motivation factor, is not a hygiene factor. Whereas working conditions, co-worker relationship, policy and rules, supervisor quality, base wage and salary, all of this put together forms the hygiene factor. If you actually want to solve more such questions, also you can give your email ID in the comments below, and we will only provide you with the question papers. If you want to join the classes, also you can tell us that you want to join the classes, or if you want to just solve the previous year question papers, where I will give you nearly 15 to 20 years old question papers, where you can actually solve all of them. And for home science part, I can obviously give you more than 10 years old question papers with the answer key, and I will tell you how you can solve each and every one of them. With paper 1, you will get nearly 15-year-old question papers also, and you will know how to, once you practice 15 years question paper, you will know that what kind of questions are repeatedly asked, and there is no chance of that question being appearing on your question paper as well. So if you want to get the copies of old question papers also, you can comment down below and give your email ID so that we can get back to you. Moving on to the 66th question, that is resources which are present in the environment but have not been utilized are called as reserve, stock, developed resource or potential resources. These are resources which are present in the environment, that is, they are there but have not been utilized, they have not been used, are called as reserve or stock or developed resource or potential resource. Now, when we talk about reserve as such, that is option A, we have to discuss. Reserve is what you have used up and an extra is left, right? So that is your reserve after using. So stock is what is there. Before you begin the work, what is there? You might use fully or you might use it, in part and have a reserve. So stock is the entire amount available. Developed resource is something that is already being developed. So finally, potential resource is the resource which is present in the environment but have not been utilized. Okay, so in this way, you can actually reason out each and every one. Even if you have not studied this concept in depth, do not worry. You can actually notice each and every option given, try and put some logic and assess it reasonably, and then you will get the correct answer straight away. Avoiding products due to disapproval, such as polluting cars, is referred to as what? Because you disapprove of a certain product, if you're certain aspect, if you're going to disapprove it, and for that reason, if you're actually going to avoid buying that product, say for example, polluting car, right? If a car is polluting, then you don't want to buy that car. This type of concept is referred to as what? Is it positive buying, negative buying, forced buying, or impulsive buying? Yes, it is negative buying because you're not buying the product because it has a negative aspect associated with it. So that is known as negative buying. 68th question is, which famous management thinker was associated with the development of theory X? So here we are talking about theories of development. Was it Douglas McGregor? Was it Abraham Maslow? Was it Frederick Herzberg? Or was it Chester Banach? We have discussed theory X in our lessons as well. Yes, Douglas McGregor is the person associated with development of theory X. All of these are direct questions, right? If you know the answer, you know it directly, or even for this question, here at least you can apply some logic if you come up with a question like this, that you have to associate the person associated with a certain theory. These are direct questions. If you have learned it, you will directly know the answer, and there's no point in spending a lot of time on these questions. These are questions which you can answer really quickly and keep moving on. 69th question. The process of encapsulating a building with steel beams or girders to make it an earthquake-resistant structure is called what? We did talk about, the building conditions, the building rules in our chapters as well in paper 2. So is that called plastering? Is that called retrofitting? Is that called pointing? Or is it called bonding? The process of encapsulating a building with steel beam or girder to make it an earthquake-resistant structure is called what? Yes, that is called retrofitting. It is not plastering, pointing, or bonding. It is retrofitting. It is, an activity to make the building earthquake resistant, whereas you put steel beams or girders in the building wall to make it earthquake resistant. The 70th question is, the quotient obtained by dividing the total area covered on all floors by the total area of the plot multiplied by 100 is called what? Okay, so the number that you get after dividing total covered area on all floors. So say for example, the plot is of 1000 square feet and you have 3 stories built on it. Okay, so that is a 3000 square feet covered area on all floors. So when you divide the total covered area on all floors, that is 3000 square feet for example, by the total area of the plot, that is 1000 square feet area, you have built 3 stories, you have 3000 square feet multiplied by 100. What is this formula used for, or what is this concept called as? Is it FAR? Is it GRIHA? Is it NBC or is it IAQ? Note down one more thing very, very carefully. This is another trick and tip which will come very, very handy in your exam. I always keep telling you, if you have been part of my class, you will know that I always tell you abbreviations, their full form, and what that abbreviation corresponds to is very important. Right? A lot of times, even in this question, you can see they could have given the full form of FAR, GRIHA, NBC, IAQ, but they have not. Once they give you the full form, then it is very easy for you to answer this question because the wordings only will tell you what this means. So they will most of the times not give you the full form, right? They will give you the abbreviation and then they will also give you the associated concept meaning. You have to identify the short form with the concept. In case I give you the full form of that short form, it's very easy for you to identify the concept because the word will literally mean similar things. But when they give you such short forms, it becomes very tricky. That is the reason that every time when you're reading or you're reading from any textbook or even from my classes, when I say a concept and put that short form in brackets, it's very important for you to know those short forms and what they mean also. Right? So this particular formula will give you FAR, which is floor area ratio. In case I had given you the UGC NET had given you the option floor area ratio, then it's very easy for you to identify that. They are talking about some covered area of all the floors with the plot and then multiply with 100. So you know that something is related to floor area ratio, but they have not given you floor area ratio, they give you FAR. Just as a tip, I am giving you the full form, the other 3 aspects as well, and I want you to go back and read much on them as well, right? So other full forms, GRIHA is Green Rating for Integrated Habitat Assessment. Once I give you all the full forms, you will realize that option A, even if somebody has not read the concept, will know that option A is correct. NBC is National Building Code and IAQ is Indoor Air Quality. Now see, if once you know all the 4 full forms, you know that option A is directly the correct answer because they're talking about area covered and all of these things. So it's very important that you know short form. So for this particular question, option A, that is FAR, is the correct option. 71st question is ancient pyramids are examples of what? Is it structural design? Is it decorative design? Is it texture design? Or is it interesting design? Now, interesting design is something which has a lot of detailing and that interests somebody. Pyramids usually do not have any interesting design as such. Is it texture design? Is there any texture on the pyramid? I'm not sure of. Decorative design. Is there decoration on the pyramid? No. Pyramids are famous for their structural design, right? The pyramid structure itself. Actually, pyramids are called pyramids of the pyramid design. Even today, if I tell you to draw a pyramid, it's actually a mathematical structure, but because those structures are made in a certain design or in a certain structure, it's called a structural design. So in that way, structural design is the correct answer. So ancient pyramids are example of structural design. They are known for their structure, not for their texture or decorative design. The next question is, the theory that emphasizes imitation or observational learning is called what? Is it psychosocial theory? Is it psychosexual theory? Is it social learning theory? Or is it socio-cultural theory? The theory that emphasizes imitation or copying or observational learning is called, yes, it is social learning theory, where you're learning based on social activities. 73rd question is a newborn reflex in which the toes span out when the sole of the foot is stroked from toe to the heel is called what? As I always keep telling, reflexes are very important concept. A lot of newborn reflexes questions appear in every NET exam. So these are an important topic. So here they are asking you, what is a newborn reflex in which the toes span out, like when you just strike, when you just stroke their toes, the sole of the foot fans out. That is when you stroke them from the toe to the heel. Is it palmar grass? Is it Moro? Is it rooting reflex or is it Babinski reflex? If you have learned the reflexes carefully, you will know which is it. Yes, it is the Babinski reflex. And as I keep telling you, you have to be aware of the other concepts also or other options given in the question. Go learn more about the palmar grass, the Moro reflex and the rooting reflex as well. So now you know what Babinski reflex is. I'm sorry, I think there's a spelling mistake over here. 2-year-old it is, okay? I'm sorry. 2-year-old Ananya uses the word doggy for any animal with 4 legs. She is committing a language error called what? Now, only dog can be called as doggy, right? But to call every 4-legged animal doggy is not right. But a 2-year-old child will commit this language error because, and it is called what? Is it under extension? Is it over extension? Is it under regularization? Or is it pre-operational? It's actually a very basic question if you have to understand it. Yes, option B, overextension, is the correct option. She is extending the concept of 4 legs associated with dog or doggy as she likes to call it, right? So the 4-legged animal doggy that she has seen or the dog that she has seen, she associates that every other 4-legged animal is also a dog and she can call it doggy because that is the development that has occurred at the 2-year-old stage. As the person gets older, they will obviously understand that this is not true. So this is overextending of a concept or overextension. Moving on to the 75th question, a person with not less than 40% of a specified disability as certified by the certifying authority is called what? So if somebody has, less than, when it says not less than, okay, when 2 negatives are there, it is obviously becomes a positive. It's a very basic concept. 2 negatives will always make a positive. So a person with not less than 40%, which means a person with more than 40% of a specified disability. Any physical disability of more than 40% is called what? Is it person with multiple handicaps? Is it person with development disability? Is it person with benchmark disability? Or is it person with serious impairment? Now, this is another interesting question according to me. Why? Because when you fill your UGC NTA NET admission application form, or your application form for writing the exam on that particular session, there is an option in your application form that will ask you whether you have a certain disability, and that word is the same thing. That is the same thing that has been asked in this question. Yes, the option is person with benchmark disability. I think your application form will also have it, or it will be written as PWD also. And there is a different category for NET candidates for PWD. If you are a person with more than 40% disability, called person with benchmark disability, often written as capital P, small w, and capital D, that is person with benchmark disability, PWD. Those people have a different cutoff than your general SC, ST, OBC, MBC. All of these are different cutoffs that you will get at the end of your exam, where your cutoffs is released for NET and JRF. PWD, that is person with benchmark disability, have a different cutoff altogether for themselves, okay? Because that is a reserved category. So if you have been aware of these general concepts, you have to have good general awareness and good GK also for writing your NET exam, because a lot of questions might not be very direct from your syllabus. In fact, when somebody conducts or teaches you the entire syllabus, which is very vast, if you look at it, the syllabus itself is very vast. So you have to be aware of the general concepts also, because questions can be picked up from anywhere. If you actually look at your syllabus for home science in particular, if I have to talk about, there are, syllabus sub-units which are actually an entire semester. There is one subunit in the home science paper that talks about nutrition during different life cycles, right? If you take up the syllabus, I think it's in the first or the second chapter somewhere. One subunit of the entire chapter says nutrition during the entire life cycle, which is from, in the infancy, in childhood, in school-going age, in adulthood, in pediatric, in pregnancy, in lactation. Most people who have studied nutrition in the post-graduation would know that this is an entire chapter, this is an entire paper conducted during the entire semester, which means for 6 months you are taught that paper on, nutrition during the life cycle. But in your NET exam, it appears as one subunit of an entire chapter. You realize so that the syllabus of NET is very, very vast, and you have to be good with basic concepts. You have to be good with analysis, because the four options given to you are right there in front of you. It's not fill in the blanks. Trust me, if your NET exam is fill in the blanks, it will be much harder, right? Because it is objective, the correct option is right in front of you. You just have to pick out which of the three are wrong and which is correct. It becomes much easier. In case your NET exam was fill in the blanks or wrong answer type, trust me, it will be much more difficult. This is a very easy format of writing the question, and it is very easy for people correcting also. Correction can happen online. You can generate the system with the correct answer. The system will automatically read how many are correct and how many are wrong. Right? So it's very important that you understand that somebody teaching you the entire syllabus will also not cover every question in your, sample question paper or your NET question paper, because there are questions that are asked which is more general. You cannot even tell that it's out of syllabus because it's somewhere related to your syllabus, right? Syllabus always gives you broad topics. Now, nutrition and life cycle, when it was taught to you in your undergraduation, it was more basic. When it was taught to you in your post-graduation, it was slightly more in-depth, if I have to put it that way. Right? You were taught about it. And if you were somebody who has learned home science in your 11th and 12th also, most people in nutrition, have not had the opportunity to learn home science in their 11th and 12th. Most people come with PCM background, that is physics, chemistry, math, biology, or physics. Biology, math, and chemistry and physics are quite common in people who move into nutrition or textiles and all these. Home science is very, very less number. Not a lot of schools or junior colleges offer home science in their 11th and 12th. So when you would talk the same topic in your undergraduation and post-graduation, the depth in which it has been dealt with is quite different, right? So how much and what particular concept the NET exam setters will take from it, you cannot tell. So it's very important that your general awareness of other topics is good enough for you to answer these questions. So another point that I want to tell you that we have finished 75 questions. The total paper, that is 50 questions from part A and 100 questions from part B together are 150 questions. And we have finished half the paper with 75 questions. That is 50 from part A. And out of the 100 of part B, we have finished 25 of them. So there are 75 more questions that we have to deal with. So let's get moving on. The 76th question is, if A thinks his culture is naturally superior to that of B, then what word best describes A's attitude? Is it anthrocentric? Is it ethnographic? Is it ethnocentric? Or is it entomological? These are concepts that we have learned in the class as well. So when somebody thinks that his culture is superior to others without understanding what are the pros and cons of each culture, every culture has its good and bad. Every culture has positive aspects and negative aspects associated with it. But if some person, if a person thinks that his culture is the best, is much superior naturally only than that of B or the other person, then what word will describe it? Yes, it is ethnocentric, which means you believe in your ethnic community, and centric is as you are more focused about your ethnicity. So that is ethnocentric. It's very important for you to understand what anthrocentric, ethnographic, and entomological mean also. Go check it out. The next question is, a person between the ages of 50 and 65 is likely to have most difficulty in. So the question asks that people in the age of 50 and 65, that's in between 50 and 65, will have the most difficulty in reading a wall chart at the eye care of doctor's office with a large font size, reading a street hoarding, reading a newspaper, watching a TV program. Now, this is a very general question. Even if you've not learned this concept, you can answer this based on your general knowledge, based on your general observation, right? Now, let's look at each one of them also. Reading a wall chart at the eye care doctor's office. If this option was stopped here, you could tell that this is correct. But with this, with the large font, so the your beginning font in your eye doctor's wall chart, okay, is quite large, right? So most people will be able to read that. Reading a street hoarding, street hoarding is quite huge, right? You see there's human size or larger than human size figures also written there. So reading a street hoarding is not very difficult for even old people. Watching a TV program, it might appear blurred to them, it might appear not very clear as it appears to the younger people, but still, watching a TV program is still fine. They would make out, whether a girl or a woman but we can even make out whether that women is young women, old women, a child. Watching a TV program is again not a very difficult thing for old people or people in the age of 15, 65 years. Reading a newspaper is quite difficult, yes. So in that way, option C, that is reading a newspaper, is the correct answer. The next question is, a crucial step in rehabilitating a child by the process of legal adoption through the JJ Act if the child is surrendered is what? Let me read the question again for you. A crucial step in rehabilitating a child by the process of legal adoption through the JJ Act if the child is surrendered is what? Now, do you know what the JJ Act is? Yes, it is the Juvenile Justice Act. So the four options given are, okay, so what is the crucial step if you have to have a process of legal adoption through the JJ Act if the child is surrendered? Is it certifying that a child has severe disability? Is it contracting the child line that the child is no caregiver? Newspaper notification that a child is missing? Or declaring that a child is legally free for adoption by CWC? So as you can see, even this question deals with a lot of short forms. They are giving you JJ Act, CWC. Okay, so we will deal with all of these as well. So what can be a very crucial step for legal adoption through the JJ Act if the child is surrendered? Will you declare that the child has severe disability? Will you contact the child line saying that the child has no caregiver? Will you give a newspaper notification that the child is missing altogether? Or will you declare that the child is legally free for adoption? Yes, option D, declaring the child is legally free for adoption by CWC is the correct answer. So JJ is the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act. Okay, so this act is also called the JJ Act, that is Juvenile Justice Act 2015. Sometimes it is also called the CAPA, that is Care and Protection of Children Act, right? This Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act is 2015. CWC is nothing but Child Welfare Committee. The next question, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan or SSA was launched for what? Universalization of high school education in urban areas, universalization of middle school education in rural areas, universalization of non-formal education, or universalization of elementary education. Which of these does Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan deal with? Yes, you can understand that it has to do with something for universalization and education, right? Whether it is for elementary education, that is your primary school, whether it is non-formal education or your adult education, or your skill-based education, or whether it is for middle school education or whether it is high school education. Now, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, any education scheme will first try to deal with the lowest level possible, and when the lowest level has been met, it will try and move on to the higher level. Yes, in this way, universalization of elementary education is the correct option. Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan talks about every child to have elementary education or basic education, and it's the same reason why children below 14 years, that is 14 years, are abandoned or are not allowed to get into child labor. They are not allowed to work outside because they believe that until 14, you should get your education and you should go to some school or have some kind of formal education. So, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan deals with universalization of elementary education. The 80th question is, classical period of history of communication is marked by the word rhetoric by what? Okay. So the classical period of history of communication is marked by the word on rhetoric by who marked that word, okay? Was it Aristotle, was it Derrida, was it Entlingner, or was it Schramm? Who marked the word rhetoric for communication? Yes, it was Aristotle. Option A is the correct option. So what is rhetoric if you're confused about that? Rhetoric is the art of persuasion, which along with grammar and logic is one of the three ancient arts of this world. Rhetoric aims to study the capacities of writers or speakers needed to inform, persuade, or motivate particular audiences in specific emphasis on a sentence too much. When somebody repeats a certain sentence again and again, just because they want to persuade you, just because they want to motivate you for a certain agenda, then that is known as rhetoric. Okay, so the rhetoric triangle, as I was talking about three ancient arts of discourse, that is logos, ethos, and pathos. Okay, so ethos basically deals with ethics. Pathos talks about the Greek term for emotion. You are dealing with the emotion of that speaker. Message or logos. Logos is a Greek term for logic, right? So basically, the rhetoric triangle of Aristotle deals with ethos, pathos, and logos. That is ethics, emotion, and logic. You could pause the screen and read on to the explanation given here as well. But we will move on to the next question. That is flat puppets, which are operated against the rear of a tightly stretched white cloth screen with light behind is called what? Now this you must have learned about this is a part of the subunit of the chapter which deals with folk art, folk music, folk culture and all of that. So puppets are a part of it. The question asks flat puppets which are operated against the rear of a tightly stretched white cloth. Which means rear mostly means behind, right? So flat puppets which are operated behind a tightly stretched white cloth screen with light behind is called what? Is it glove puppet? Is it string puppet? Is it shadow puppet? Is it rod puppet? Very easy and very direct question. Even the explanation is quite clear here. You are not using any glove. There is no mention of a certain type of a cloth or glove, so it's not glove. There is no string. Okay, when you just talk about string puppet, you will talk about puppets hanging or puppets made in a certain way. When you talk about rod puppets, you will talk about certain stick rods or something. But when they are telling behind the white cloth with the light behind it, flat puppet, obviously it is shadow puppet because you want the light to be blocked by the flat puppet falling on the white screen that will bring about the shadow. 82nd question is RF movement or anti-liquor movement was led by women in which state of India? The reason I tell you to have good general knowledge, good current affairs knowledge for writing NET JRF exam is this. There will be 1, 2 or maximum of 5, 6 questions that will deal with general awareness of current affairs issues, where something that was actually in great spotlight in the media will always be asked on. Okay, so RF movement or the anti-liquor movement, which is led by women in which of the state to ban liquor. Okay. Was it Manipur? Was it Punjab? Was it Rajasthan? Was it Andhra Pradesh? If you belong to any one of these states, then you will know that whether your state is there or not. But yes, for the general Indian notion, yes, it is the Andhra Pradesh. So in Andhra Pradesh, India, an anti-ARIC movement was created which grew out of awareness brought by the mass literacy campaign on the National Literacy Commission. It began as a spontaneous movement against alcoholism in a remote village in Dubaganta, supported by the NLC in Nellore and adapted by the other districts of Andhra Pradesh. It is noted that there was no organized leadership to start with in the anti-ARIC movement. Most of the groundwork was done with local initiative, with women collectively protesting against ARIC in their villages, right? So what happened was they were very tired and disgusted of the liquor spread in their area in Dubaganta. That is in a remote village in Dubaganta in Andhra Pradesh. It was a very disorganized, very unorganized movement where every woman was just fighting for it. There was no planned action, but still, with the movement gathering momentum, political parties entered at the very last stage. Eventually, the movement resulted in a declaration of total prohibition of liquor. The next question is, according to which theory of interpersonal communication, we develop and maintain those relationships wherein ratio of our rewards and costs is equal to our partners, which means there is equal give and take between both the partners involved. Wherein your ratio of reward and your ratio of cost, right? How much you get and how much you give. How much you get and how much you give. That is your ratio of reward and cost is equal to your partners, which means the other person involved in the relationship also has the same amount of reward and cost ratio. Is it social exchange theory? Is it equity theory? Is it functional theory? Or is it coordinated management of meaning theory? If you look at the terminologies used, you can answer this question very, very easily. Yes, it talks about equity theory. There is equal things that you're talking about. You're talking about ratio of rewards and cost being equal to your partner. So that is equity theory. Equity theory focuses on determining whether the distribution of resources is fair to both relational partners. Equity is measured by comparing the ratio of contribution or cost and benefit or reward for each person. Considered one of the justice theories, equity theory was first developed in the 1960s by J. Stacy Adams, a workplace and behavioral psychologist who asserted that employees seek to maintain equity between the inputs that they bring to a job and the outcomes that they receive from it against the perceived input and outcome of the others. And this is actually written by Adams himself. And when we talk about relationship, it is not between a girl and a boy. Okay, it can even be between a boss and an employee, or an employee and an employer, right? It could be between one organization to the other organization. When you're having a deal between two different organizations, the reward and cost between both the organizations should be same, right? So that we talked about the equity theory. 84th question is the leader who clearly articulates the goal, the agenda, and the expectations, providing a specific guidance to the group members is called directive leader, participate leader, supportive leader, or achievement-oriented leader. Read the question carefully again. Who clearly articulates the goal, the agenda, the expectations, and provides a specific guidance to the group members is called, yes, it is directive leader, because they know their direction, they know where everybody should keep heading to, and they should know what their outcome should be. Okay, it is not a participatory leadership because the leader is not acting any, they are only articulating or they are only specifying the goal, agenda, and expectation, and they are specifically guiding it. They are not participating in the process. They are not a supportive leader because they are not just supporting, they are doing a lot of other things as well. And they are not merely achievement-oriented leader also because they are guiding, right? So a directive leader is the one. Type 2 error occurs when we do the dash, okay, or when we select the dash. Type 2 error obviously deals with hypothesis approval or rejection in research methodology. Okay, type 2 occurs when we, option A is reject a false null hypothesis, option B is reject a true null hypothesis, option C is do not reject a false null hypothesis, option D is do not reject a true null hypothesis. Which of the following will give you type 2 error? Okay, rejecting a false null hypothesis, that is rejecting a null hypothesis which was wrong, rejecting a true null hypothesis, okay, rejecting a null hypothesis which was true actually, or do not reject a false null hypothesis, which means accepting a false null hypothesis, or do not reject a true null hypothesis, which means accepting a true null hypothesis, which will lead to type 2 error. Yes, do not reject a false null hypothesis, that is accepting a wrong null hypothesis or a false null hypothesis will lead you to the type 2 error. And if you remember my classes, I have actually shown you a table with type 1 and type 2 telling whether you accept or reject null hypothesis or alternate hypothesis. In that table, you can, if you remember that table, you will be able to answer this question very, very clearly. The 86th question is, events are dashed when occurrence of one event has no effect on the probability that another event will occur. So when you read this question carefully, it says events are called dash, okay, certain type of event, when the occurrence of one event has no effect on the probability that another event will occur. So if you read this sentence carefully, you will know that there are two events occurring and one has no effect on the other, which means they are different events, correct? Is it called simultaneous? Is it called independent? Is it called exhaustive, or is it called dependent? I told you these are two events which are separate, which are different. Both can occur. The probability of occurring of one will not affect the probability of occurring of the another. Are these simultaneous events? Are these independent events? Are these exhaustive events? Or are these dependent events? Yes, these are independent events because one event has no effect on the other. They are independent of each other. They are not dependent on each other. And what is simultaneous and exhaustive events? I want you to go find out and do let me know in the comment section as well. And I will tell you whether your answer is correct or wrong. The 87th question is the totality of all objects under a study is called dash. When we talk about under a study, we were talking about the research aspect, okay? So all the objects under your research are called what? Is it sample? Is it group? Is it population? Or is it specimen? Now, if you performed a research by yourself in your post-graduation, or if you have read research in depth, you will know that group and specimen are very abstract terms, right? They are not very specific to research. When we talk about the totality of all objects, we do not discuss about the words like group or specimen. The two words that we use commonly are sample and population, right? So you know that option B and D are wrong. But the question is the totality of all objects under the study is called that. Is it population or is it sample? Yes, it is population. If you are telling me that sample is the correct answer because it is the sample that you study, no. The totality of of all objects under your study is your population. The practical impossibility of dealing with all the population is why you select a certain sample. And always, when you select a sample and conduct your research, you are trying to extend your findings to the entire population, right? Say when you're doing a study on adolescents between 15 to 18 years of age, and you take certain samples and say 15 to 18 years of adolescents in India, right? Can you practically go and inquire every 15 to 18-year-old adolescent in India? No, practically impossible. This is the reason why you pull out a certain sample, study them, and extend your findings to the population. So you should always remember that the totality of all objects under your study is population only. But because you cannot deal with the entire population, you are dealing with the sample. The 88th question is testing hypothesis is a dash. Is it inferential statistic? Is it descriptive statistic? Is it data preparation or is it data analysis? So if you know research in detail, you will also know that it is not data preparation, because testing of hypothesis happens after you have collected your data, after you have presented your data, right? So data preparation is wrong answer. Is it inferential, descriptive or data analysis? Data analysis is a very broad term in itself, okay? So it is somewhere between inferential statistic or descriptive statistic. Descriptive statistic is one where you are telling, your research study had 100 participants, out of which 60 were men, 40 were women, 60 out of the 60, 30 were educated, 30 had no primary education. All of these data are descriptive statistics. Inferential statistic only deals with testing hypothesis, right? So option A is the correct answer. 89th question is action research means what? Is it a longitudinal research? Is it an applied research? Is it a research initiated to solve an immediate problem? Or is it a research with socio-economic objectives? As the word itself suggests, action research. And if I have dealt with this topic as well, so you know that option C is the correct answer. That is a research initiative to solve an immediate problem. That is, it takes action immediately. That is why it's called action research, that you have to take immediate problem. A longitudinal research is wherein you're studying the participants over and over again over a period of time. An applied research is where you're doing a problem-solving research, where you're trying to apply certain concepts. A research with socio-economic objective deals with a lot of money matter, a lot of societal objectives, right? But action research is to solve immediate problems. Question number 90 is, in an experimental design, the dependent variable is what? Is it the one that is manipulated in order to observe any effect on the other? Is it the one that is not manipulated and in which any changes are observed? Is it a measure to the extent to which personal values affect research? Is it an ambiguous concept whose meaning depends on how it is defined? Okay? Now, for one sure thing, that dependent variable is not an ambiguous concept whose meaning depends on how it is defined. Okay? That will be your operational definition of certain concept. Okay? So option B can be ruled out. A measure of the extent to which personal values affect research is in a certain way called bias, right? So your personal values, opinions affect your research. That is bias. So option C is also wrong. Now we have to choose from A and B. The one that is manipulated in order to observe any effect on the other. The one that is manipulated is the independent variable. Okay. If I have to take an example of the effect of green tea on weight loss, you are manipulating the quantity of green tea based on the amount you give, whether it is 2 mg or 3 mg or 5 mg. That is what's being manipulated, but it is the independent variable. Option B, the one that is not manipulated and in which any changes are observed, as a dependent variable, right? Weight loss, you are not doing any change in weight loss, but you are studying the effect of green tea on weight loss, right? So weight loss changes but is not manipulated. So that is dependent variable. The next question is, in the nutritional management of chronic renal failure, following are restricted in the diet. protein, sodium, carbohydrate, water, energy. Choose the correct option. Now there will be options given based on these five concepts, based on these five, based on these five nutrients, right? So what combination should you restrict in the diet for chronic renal failure? Is it A, B and D, A, B and C, B, C and E, and A, C and E? So let's deal with all the five in order. Would you restrict protein in chronic renal failure? Yes, of course. Why? Because all the protein has to be, filtered out of your kidney. So protein is very heavy for the kidney to filter out and to, deal with kidney. And you do not want to harm your kidneys too much. So protein is one thing that is restricted in chronic renal failure. Sodium, yes, of course. Sodium is a very, very integral part in the chronic renal failure management. Carbohydrate does not have much to do. If you remember learning chronic renal failure also, carbohydrate is not learned to it in detail. And water is also very, very important. If you remember, we normally tell that in a lot of kidney disorders that how much of water you will give, the urine output plus 500 for sweat management and other activities. Normally we talk about urine output plus 500 ml. That is the amount of water that needs to be given to the patient, right? So water is also restricted to great amount. And energy as a whole is not restricted. You could give liberal amounts of carbohydrate and certain amounts of fat as well in your diet. So when we talk about restricting protein, sodium and water, we know it is A, B and D, right? So in this way, option 1, A, B and D is the correct answer. The 92nd question is, following are the functions of protein in human body. Growth and maintenance of tissues, promotes growth of desirable what? I'm sorry, I think I missed out a word somewhere there. Acts as an insulator, maintenance of appropriate pH and transportation of nutrients. If I remember, I think it promotes growth of desirable bacteria. Okay, so the second option is promotes growth of desirable bacteria. The third is acts as an insulator. Fourth is maintenance of appropriate pH. Fifth is transportation of nutrients. Select the correct option. The question says following are the functions of protein in human body. Is it A, B and D, A, C and D, A, C and E, or A, D and E? Now let's discuss growth and maintenance of tissues is the primary function of protein, right? So it's important. Promotion of growth of desirable bacteria is actually the function of carbohydrate, right? When we talk about probiotics and prebiotics, that is a more carbohydrate oriented function and not protein. Acts as an insulator. If you remember, we always associate fat acting as an insulator, right? So B and C are wrong. Maintenance of pH is yes a protein function. Transportation of nutrients. A lot of nutrient carriers like your transferrin are all, storage and transportation. A lot of nutrients are stored and transported with the help of proteins only. So in this way, A, D and E are the correct options. And now you can answer that option 4, A, D and E are the correct answer. The next question is, following foods are cooked by the method of broiling. Is it papad, sweet potato, flaky pastry, chapati or apple pie? Choose the correct option, right? Whether it is A, B and C, A, B and B, B, C and D or B, C and E. Now broiling is a term not very commonly used in India. Broiling is a term that is most commonly used in the West, whether it's American or Australian. Those are the countries that use the terminology broiling. In India, we use a very different term for broiling. Yes, the concept is still present. We still use broiling, but we do not associate broiling with the word broiling, right? We use another term. And if you know that term, or if that term was given in the question, answering the question would be very easy for you. Trust me, right? And once I tell you the correct option, and if I tell you the other word for broiling, you will know that if that term was not given, then it would make answering very, very easy. Okay. So if I have to tell you, yes, papad is broiled, sweet potato is broiled, chapatis are broiled, but option C, that is flaky pastry and apple pie are not broiled, alright? So A, B and D, that is option 2 is the correct answer, right? Now let me tell you the most important keyword for this question, that is broiling in India is known as grilling very commonly. Now you know that you can grill papad, you can grill sweet potato or potatoes, or you can grill chapati. You can't grill flaky pastry and apple pie. They can be only baked, right? So broiling is a term that's not very commonly used in India. Grilling is a term that we more normally use. That is the reason the term broiling was used, right? To make the question look tougher, right? So it's very important that you associate yourself with the term. In case, even while learning different methods of cooking in your first and second chapter in your syllabus, you might have heard the word grilling, you might have studied the word grilling. In fact, in my notes, I've already told you that grilling is known as broiling. Okay, so it's very important to know alternative terminologies as well. The 94th question is, which of the following factors inhibit calcium absorption? Is it oxalic acid? Is it protein? Is it caffeine? Is it phytic acid? Or is it lactose? Select the correct option. Is it A, B, and C, A, B, and D, A, C, D, or A, C, E? Okay. Now, very simple way of answering this question. Do not apply if you're thinking whether oxalic acid affects or not, whether phytic acid or caffeine affects it or not. Let me tell you a very common example of milk. Milk has calcium, right? Milk has protein. Yes, milk has protein. Milk has lactose. Yes, milk has lactose. And any food by itself, in most cases, do not affect each other's absorption rate, right? So in that way, oxalic acid, caffeine, and phytic acid, that is A, C, and D, will affect calcium absorption. So in that way, option C, that is A, C, and D, will affect calcium absorption. Whereas protein and lactose will not reduce calcium absorption, right? The other three, that is oxalic acid, phytic acid, and caffeine, will reduce or inhibit calcium absorption. While protein and lactose already naturally present in milk along with calcium will not inhibit its absorption, right? So these are tricks where you can identify or use certain logic to answer your question. The 95th question is, enzymatic browning in cut fruits and vegetables can be prevented by balancing, increasing pH, use of antioxidants, dipping in water, and leaving exposed to air. So you have to select the correct option given according to these 5 statements. Is it A, B, C, A, B, D, A, C, D, or A, C, E? Now, if you look at all the 4 options, A has to be there. Okay, balancing is when you balance the enzyme and the pH and all of that. By balancing, you can prevent the enzymatic browning. Increasing pH. Now, normally you know that 7 is neutral pH. When you reduce the pH to 6, 5, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2, 1, you are actually increasing acidity. 1 and 2 pH and all associated with acid. Okay, and when you go above 7, that's 8, 9, 10, 11, up to 14, you are increasing the pH. It is more basic. pH of 10, 11 are all basic pH. So when you increase pH, you are increasing the basicity or the alkalinity of the the vegetables and the fruit. Okay, and that basically does not have to do anything with the browning. It will not reduce your browning. Use of antioxidants. A lot of cut fruits sold in the market have chemical antioxidants in them, right? Because if the oxidants will be prevented, if the oxidation will be prevented, the fruits will not get brown, right? Once the fruit is intact, right? The fruit or the vegetable is intact, there is no browning. Once you cut it, only then the browning starts. Why? Because it's exposed to oxygen. And once it is exposed to oxygen, oxidation takes place, right? So using antioxidants will prevent browning. So yes, A and C should be there, right? So in this way, you can rule out option 2. That is not going to be the correct option because there is no C. Dipping in water, yes. When you dip it in water, you are preventing the contact of oxygen with the surface of the cut of the fruit or the vegetable, right? Dipping in water will also reduce browning. Leaving exposed to air, in fact, will cause much more browning, and in an hour or 2, the fruit will come entirely brownish or flattish, right? So A, C, and D are the correct option, and in this way, you can say option 3 is the correct answer. 96th question is, the essentials of clothing for infants are variety, comfort, style, hygiene. Wow. Choose the correct option, whether it is BCE, ACE, BDE, or ABC. Now we have to choose only the 3 most important essentials for infant clothing. Style, is it important? Not very, okay? For infant, they do not understand style. You make them wear anything, they will wear happily. Comfort is very important for children's or infants' clothing because they feel discomfort. But an infant can get very irritated. They can start crying, they can get cranky if the cloth is disturbing or if the dress is not too comfortable for them. So comfort is a very important factor. Hygiene is very important for safety. You cannot use unhygienic things. Warmth is very important because the child's body is not well equipped to maintain the body's warmthness. Okay, variety and style are all adult aspect related to clothing, no, not infant. So for an infant, the three most essential aspects are comfort, hygiene, and warmth. So in that way, you can say B, D, and E, right? Yeah, B, D, and E. So option 3 becomes the correct answer. C. Option B, that is B, D, and E are the correct answer. The 97th question is, following are the physical properties of silk. When we were dealing with the individual properties of all fibers, I did talk about silk, wool, cotton, and all of these. If you have, if you've studied my notes correctly, then you would know the correct answer to this question very easily. So whether silk is a smooth fiber or has moderate elongation, high density, low moisture retain. So choose the correct option out of the four. Is it A and B, B and C, C and D, or A and D? It's a very direct question. If you know the physical properties of silk, you can very easily answer this question. And it is A and D. Silk is a very smooth fiber with moderate elongation. It does not have high density or low moisture retain. 98th question. A carded yarn is what? Is it coarse? Is it smooth? Is it less durable? Is it more durable? Or is it fine? You have to choose the correct option. Is it B and C, B and D, A and C, or D and E? Very commonly, sensibly, if you see, a yarn can either be coarse or smooth. It cannot be both at the same time. It can either be less durable or more durable, or not both at the same time. So when we were dealing with carded yarn, I already told you that carded yarn is coarse and less durable. So option A and C, that is option 3, is the correct answer. Question number 99. Gathering effect will be best on malmal, taffeta, chiffon, or linen. Choose the correct option. Gathering effect is, say, for example, how do I explain that to you? When you're wearing a sari, say, right? And when you make your pleats for your pallu, or when you make the pleats, in the lower region, that is known as gathering effect, when you gather it together. Or sometimes you will have sleeves with a puff here, where the cloth is gathered together. That is what is called the gathering effect. Will it be best on malmal, taffeta, chiffon, or linen? Okay, so the correct option could be A and B, A and C, C and D, or B and D. Okay, so thin cloths are better for gathering. Okay, the gathering shows better. On thick cloth, it's not that great. So A and C, that's malmal and chiffon, are very soft and nice cloths, usually used for saris. They are very good for gathering effect. Linen and taffeta is quite thicker. Okay, gathering effect, you can draw good pleats on them, but gathering effect, not really. The 100th question is, which among the following are components of compensation? Is it basic pay, collective bargaining, incentives, or base compensation? Choose the correct option. Is it A, B, B, D, A, C, or A, D? Compensation, that is compensation for your work. Does it include basic pay, collective bargaining, incentives, or base compensation? Now, collective bargaining cannot be used, right? Because bargaining is something that you do when you are buying and selling. It's not for your compensation, correct? So the correct answer is A and C. That is your basic pay along with the incentive. Just because you see the word compensation here and base compensation here, don't include B, right? When you learn more about the concept of compensation, you will know that it is basic pay plus your incentive that you're giving for your extra work or for better work. So option 3 is the correct answer. So with completing 100 questions, I told you that part A contains 50 questions that we dealt with the first 50. Part B contains 100 questions, out of which we have completed 50. So we have till now completed 50 questions of part A, or completely part A we have finished. And out of the 100 of part B or paper 2, we have finished the first 50. In that way, we have finished 50 plus 50, 100 questions. We have to move along with 50 more questions of part 2, that is home science part. So moving on, the 101st question is, which of the following statements describe the focus of the conceptual framework of systems approach? Alright, conceptual framework, like I told you already, is a methodology part. Management cannot be viewed as an isolated activity. Individual components without losing sight of totality, dynamics of ecological cultural system, interrelationship, interdependence and interaction, proficiency and ability to function in an ecosystem. Choose the correct option. So which of the following statements describes the focus on conceptual framework of systems approach? Is it A, B, and C? Is it B, D, and E? Is it C, D, and E? Or is it A, B, D? Read out each of the options very, very carefully and then you will get the answer directly. It's not very difficult one though. Yes, option 4, that is A, B and D is correct. See, so management cannot be viewed as an isolated activity. It is not a separate activity. It is along with the entire process. It is a part, it is one part of an activity. You cannot take it in isolation. Yes, it is individual components without using cytototality. Like I was already telling you here, that it is one part, but you cannot deal with that part in isolation with the others, right? So it is an individual component without using cytototality. And it does talk about interrelationship, interdependence, and interaction with other components. Dynamics of eco-cultural system and proficiency and ability of function in ecosystem are not very important aspects of conceptual framework of systems. So in that way, option 4 is the correct option. 102nd question is, which of the following types of house plans are two-dimensional? Is it floor plan, is it perspective plan, is it elevation plan, or is it section plan or landscape plan? Choose the correct option from A, B, C, B, C, E, A, C, D, and C, D, E. Which of these, that is floor plan, perspective, elevation, section, and landscape, which of these is 2D or two-dimensional? Yes, A, C, and D are two-dimensional. Your floor plan, your elevation plan, and your section plan are two-dimensional. Right? Landscape plan and your perspective plan are not two-dimensional. Moving on to question number 103. Which of the following are applicable to programming graphics at predefined phase during the design development process? So when we discuss about the design development process, which of the following statements are applicable to programming graphics to pre-design phase? Is it graphic worksheet, analysis card, variety of metrics, bubble diagrams? Choose the correct option. Is it ABD, ABC, BCD, or ACD? Okay, so whether you would use graphic worksheet, analysis cards, variety of matrix, or bubble diagram during the pre-design phase in programming graphics. Yes, the option 2 is the correct option, that is ABC. You cannot use bubble diagram as a programming graphics, right? You could use it for your pre-design phase, but it is not a part of programming graphics. So in that way, graphic worksheet, analysis cards, and variety of matrix is the correct answer. That's option 2. Question number 104, traction refers to what? The feeling of being pulled along by inertia inherent in the activity? Is it ability to do multitasking? Is it ability to work skillfully on machine? Or is it inner drive for completing the task in hand? Choose the correct option. Is it A, B, A, C, B, D, or A, D? So they are basically asking you what the word traction means, right? Traction does not refer to ability of multitasking, and traction does not refer to the ability of skillfully working on machine also. It is the feeling of being pulled along by inertia inherent in the activity, or is the inner drive of completing the task. Traction basically your desire to keep moving, to keep completing the task in hand. Okay, so that is option 4, A and D is the correct answer. All of these are part of work simplification and work analysis, all those stuff. Question number 105. Select the 3 reflexes that should disappear by 4 months. I'm sorry, that's not months, that is 4 months. Okay, that's a typo error. By 4 months of age in a normal infant. When we have discussed the reflexes, I have already told you which reflex should disappear by which month of age, right? So by 4 months of age, which of these reflexes should disappear? Which 3 of them? Tonic neck, palmar grasp, involuntary sucking, Babinski, or eye blink. Choose the correct option. Is it ABC, ABD, BCD, or DDE? If you remember the reflexes concept very, very well, you will know the answer directly, right? So A, B, and C, tonic neck, palmar grasp, and involuntary sucking are the reflexes that should disappear by 4 months of age. It should not appear any longer, right? Babinski and eye blink come at a later age, that is after 4 months. Question number 106, right? Asthma attacks in children are usually provoked by what? Physical and emotional stress, television viewing, food allergies, seasonal transition. Choose the correct option out of the 4 given. Is it ABC? Is it ABD? Is it ACD? Is it BCD? Which of these 3 out of the 4, which of the 3 provoke asthma in children? Some very general idea of this question would tell you The television viewing by itself has nothing to do with asthma attack, right? Physical and emotional stress could lead to asthma. Food allergies can lead to asthma. Seasonal transmission, a lot of time, during pollination, during the early morning winters, could lead to asthma in a lot of children. So in that way, you can see that option B is wrong. That is television viewing has nothing to do with asthma. So A, C, and D is the correct option. So option 3 is the right answer. Okay, so physical, emotional stress, food allergy, and seasonal transmission can cause asthma in children. The next question is, which of the following criteria can be used to define intellectual disability? Ability to converse fluently in English and Hindi, significantly below average intellectual functioning, impairment in adaptive functioning, deficit should be manifested before the age of 18 years. Choose the correct option. Is it ABC, ABD? Is it ACD or is it BCD? Which of the following criteria can be used to define intellectual disability? Is it inability to converse in Hindi and English, or is it significantly below average intellectual functioning? Is it impairment of adaptive functioning, or should the deficit be manifested before the age of 18? Yes, option 4, that is BCD, is correct. Okay. Which of the following criteria can be used to define intellectual disability? A is not involved, right? Inability to converse fluently in Hindi and English does not define your intellectual disability, right? Just because you do not know Hindi and English does not mean you are intellectually disabled. You could be good at Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, Marathi, Punjabi, Odia, or any any northeastern language or any of these. Just because you do not know 2 languages does not mean that you are intellectually disabled. While the other 3 points are important when you want to define intellectual disability. So moving on to question number 108, Radha and Pradeep are unable to have a biological child. The doctor may suggest the following options to them: IVF, altruistic surrogacy, adoption, cloning. Choose the correct option. Is it ABC? Is it ABD? Is it ACD or BCD? So what is IVF? Okay, in vitro fertilization is IVF, when a certain part of the development of the young one happens outside the mother, and then after that it is a growth at a certain stage when it is a 2-cell stage or 4-cell stage or 8-cell, 16-cell stage. It is again inserted back into the mother's womb. That is in vitro fertilization. Fertilization happens in vitro. Whether it is surrogacy, where surrogacy is wherein another woman is, where IVF does not happen in the mother but happens in another woman who is not the parent of the child. Adoption is when you adopt a child who is not in a good condition and you want to give that child a better life, and you adopt a child who is already born and is probably in a hospital or in an adoption center or in an orphanage. Cloning is a concept of DNA replication, making the same DNA replicated again, and you are trying to make the same copy of another human being, an exact replica of another human being. Alright? So when you are not able to have a biological child, you will obviously not do cloning. Okay? You might do IVF, you might do surrogacy, you might go into adoption. Okay? So in that way, option 1, that is A, B, and C, is the correct option. Question number 109. Workshops conducted for young parents in preschools highlight best practices of childcare. Select salient features promoted in this. Is it importance of play? Is it consistent discipline? Is it balanced diet? Is it at least 2 hours of screen time? Is it conversation with children? Note very importantly, option B says at least 2 hours of screen time, which means either it has to be 2 hours or more. Okay, it is at least 2 hours of screen time, not less than. Choose the correct option. Is it ABC, ABD, BCD, or AD? Which of these are salient areas for parents having workshops conducted for childcare practices? Yes, ABC are important. You should talk about the importance of play with the parents for the child's development. Consistent discipline, because otherwise the child can get into rogue activities. Balanced diet is also very important for development of the child. As I was already telling you, at least 2 hours of screen time is not necessary. Okay? Screen time with you also it's fine. Conversation with children. When we talk about preschool children or childcare children, We are not good with conversation. They do not know how to reciprocate their ideas in words. They do not know how to tell what they feel. Okay, so conversation at that point of time is not very important, right? It can be developed at a later stage, but for other three factors, it is important during workshops for young parents in preschool. Question number 110. The role of public relations in the marketing is to handle media, maintain customer relations, build corporate image, do personal selling, manage people's perception. So out of these 5 given, we have to choose the correct option. Is it A, B, C, D? Is it B, C, D, E? Is it A, B, C, E? Or is it A, C, D, E? Now if you see, 5 options or 5 statements are given here, and 4 of them are correct, right? When they say choose the correct option and every option has 4 statements mentioned, so only 1 of them is wrong. Out of the 5, when you have to choose 4, 1 is wrong. So identify the wrong one and then you will know which option is correct very directly. It's a very easy trick for you to solve. Rather than checking whether this is correct, this is correct, this is correct. Check which is incorrect and all the other 4 will be correct automatically. PR handles media, yes it does. PR maintains relationships, customer relations. PR is nothing but public relations, okay? Whether it maintains customer relationships, yes it does. Does PR build corporate image? Yes it does. Does PR do personal selling? No it does not. PR does not sell anything. Does PR manage people's perception? Yes it does. So B is not going to be the correct option. So in this way you can say option 3, that is A, B, C, E is the correct option. Right? So ruling out the wrong one will give you the correct one. Question number 111. Bloom's taxonomy of learning objectives involves the following concepts. In the very first chapter of paper 1 in teaching aptitude, I have discussed with Bloom's taxonomy in detail, right? So out of these, which are all a part of Bloom's taxonomy of learning objectives. If you remember, Bloom's taxonomy has 3 different parts. One is learning, one is skill oriented, and one is emotional intelligence, right? Out of that, they are talking about learning objectives, which are these are the part of it. Analysis, synthesis, comprehension, memory, and retention. Choose the correct option of the 3, whether it is A, B, C, B, C, D, C, D, E, or D, D, E. So if you remember the concept of Bloom's taxonomy very well, you will know that A, B, C is the correct option because analysis, synthesis, and comprehension are part of Bloom's taxonomy. In fact, there are 6 parts of Bloom's taxonomy in learning objectives, which knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluating. In this way, you know that memory and retention are not part of Bloom's taxonomy of learning objectives. Question number 112. Community organization is a short-term approach, technique for obtaining consensus, process of building and maintaining community interest, which is a long-term approach. Alright, so these are the 4 statements given on community organization. We have to choose the correct option. Is it A, B, C, A, C, D, B, C, D, or A, B, D? Now, like I was telling you earlier also, there are 4 statements being made, out of which they are telling that any 3 are correct, right? Choose the correct option and all the options are 3 options. So, and if you note these 4 statements, option A says short-term approach and option B says long-term approach. Now, one particular concept cannot be both short-term approach and long-term approach. It either has to be short-term approach or it has to be a long-term approach. It has to be either one of them. So, you know that B and C are correct. Out of A and B, one has to be correct and one has to be wrong. This community organization is short-term approach or a long-term approach? Yes, community organization is definitely a long-term approach. Why? Because when you do some change in community, it will last for a longer time. It's going to take longer time to achieve results, but the results are going to last longer, right? So A option is wrong. B, C, D are correct. In that way, option 3, B, C, D is right. So this is a simple trick, right? Rather than looking for which is right, which should be included or not, just look at them. A and B are complete opposite options. You know, one concept cannot be both short term and long term. It has to be either of them. So in this way, you can answer this question very easily. Question number 113. 2D or 2-dimensional aid in extension education activities are the following. Now, about extension education activities, we have dealt with in paper 1 also, in teaching aptitude also, we have dealt with different teaching aids. And even when we are talking about extension education in home science syllabus, we also talk about aids. So, which of the following are 2D or 2-dimensional? Flashcards, flip charts, posters, campaign, and radio. Choose the correct option. Is it A, B, C, B, C, D, A, B, D, or A, C, D? Now, when you look at these, you know that radio cannot be put as 2D or 3D because it is not mere presentation, right? It talks about a lot of more dimensions. It talks about hearing, it talks about understanding. Campaign can involve a radio, can involve a poster. Campaign can have a lot of things added to it together, right? It's a composite of various aspects. So flashcards, flip charts, and posters are your 2D aids. In this way, option 1, ABC, is the correct answer, right? Campaign and radio are a much larger aspect of extension education and they are not 2D aids. Question number 114, which of the following statements regarding the F distribution are true? So when we were discussing about F distribution, even in research aptitude paper and paper 1, and I have always dealt with the research topic in all the chapters of paper 2. The new syllabus, that has come out after 2019, that has been conducted in 2019 June, 2019 December, and so on, has one topic of research methodology as the last subunit of every chapter of paper 2, right? So you understand how important research is, and you might have seen that we have got so many questions on research, even in paper 1, part 1, and even in part 2. So research becomes a very, very important topic. And every subunit in every chapter, the last subunit in every chapter of paper 2 also deals with research. And I have dealt with F distribution in detail as well. So which of the following are true on F distribution? F distribution has 2 sets of degrees of freedom. F distribution has 1 set of degree of freedom. F distribution is used to test the null hypothesis that the population variances are equal. F distribution is an all positive distribution. F distribution is both positive and negative distribution. Select the most appropriate option from the 5 statements. Is it ACE? Is it ACD? Is it BCD? Or is it BCE? Okay. Now you know that C is true, correct? Because all the 4 options are C. Out of A and B, there can only be 1. It can either have 2 sets of degrees of freedom or 1 set of degree of freedom. Out of D and E also, there could be only 1. Because it can either be an all positive distribution or it could either be both positive and negative distribution. So if you have listened and noted down things from my class very importantly, or if you have read from any other textbook also, if you have noted down things clearly, you will know that A, C, and D are correct. So option 2 is correct. F distribution has 2 sets of degrees of freedom and it is an all positive distribution. Okay, so it is A, C, D. That is option 2 is the correct option. Question number 115. Which of the following are ethical guidelines for conducting research with humans? Again, a question with research and research ethics particularly. Getting informed consent of the participants. Telling participants that they must continue until the study has been completed. Keeping participants' identity anonymous, that is not revealing their identity. Telling participants that they are free to withdraw at any time, or revealing the identity of participants. Choose the correct option. Is it ABC, ACD, ABE, or ADE? Based on the 4 options and based on the reading of the statements here, you know that A is very important. You have to get an informed consent from the participants. If you have done a research in your post-graduation, you will know the importance of all of these. Now, option B and option D are opposites, right? Telling participants that they must continue until the study has been completed and telling participants that they are free to withdraw at any time are opposites. Out of B and D, only one can be true, right? And which is true? Yes, of course, participants can be free to withdraw at any time. You cannot force or compel them to be a part of the study until it is being completed. It is their right and wish to be a part of the study. If they feel they don't want to be, they can just move out. So A and D are correct. No? So for A and D to be correct, option 1 is wrong and option 3 is also wrong. Because out of 2 and 4, only 1 is going to be correct. And I already told you that out of C and E again, 1 will be correct. Keeping participants' identity anonymous, that is not revealing their identity or revealing the identity of participants. So out of C and D also, C and E also, only 1 is going to be correct. Should you keep participants' identity anonymous or should you reveal the identity of participants? Yes, you should keep the participants' identity anonymous. So in this way, A, C, and D are the correct options. So option 2, that is A, C, and D is the correct option. Moving on to question 116. According to ATP3 classification, match the serum lipid given in list 1 with their normal cutoff levels given in list 2. Okay, so the list 1 gives the different serum lipids, that is total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, and serum triglycerides. The list 2 gives you the cutoff levels, that is less than 150 mg per dl, less than 250 mg, 240 mg per dl, less than 100 mg per dl, less than 200 mg per dl, 40 to 60 mg per dl. Now, if you see, there is one extra in list 2 and one less in list 1, right? This is actually to make the match more confusing, because one of these in list 2 is actually a waste, right? You will match these 4 with any 4 of these. The extra is just to confuse you, right? So you have to be very, very careful while answering such questions, where in the match the following they have given you extra options. So the options given are these. Now, one thing that you can calculate is HDL cholesterol should be higher if you know the concept of ADP classification. If you know the numbers directly, I have taught you these tables as well, that what is the desired amount of total cholesterol, LDL, HDL, serum triglycerides. I have taught you the cutoff levels. If you remember the numbers, great. Go ahead and directly mark the correct answer. But if not, then I'll tell you the simple trick is HDL cholesterol is never less than anything, right? It has to be more or equal to, because that's a good cholesterol. So option C, that is HDL cholesterol, corresponds to option 5, that is 40 to 60 mg per dl, correct? And in this option, I told you that C corresponds to 5, right? HDL cholesterol corresponds to 5. In this, if you see, C corresponds to 5 is only there in option 1 and option 4. So only in option 1 and 4, C corresponds to 5. So you can rule out 2 and 3. 2 and 3 are wrong answers, right? Now you have to see whether, and also in 1 and 4, D is 1. Okay, so you know serum triglycerides is less than 150 mg per dl. You only have to be sure of A and B in option 1 and 4. That is what total cholesterol and LDL cholesterol corresponds to. Is the total cholesterol less than 200 mg per dl, or is it less than 240 mg per dl? Which of these is correct? Yes, less than 200 mg per dl is correct. In this way, you can say that LDL cholesterol should be less than 100 mg per dl. So you know that C is 5, D is 1 already. A and B, if you get sure of, if you know the numbers carefully, you can answer the question. So option 1 is the correct answer. Match the nutrient given in list 1 with its deficiency symptom given in list 2. Very, very easy. List 1 has a nutrient, that is protein, vitamin A, thiamine, niacin, calcium. List 2 has a deficiency symptom, that is tachycardia, glossitis, dyspigmentation of hair, rachiatic rosary, follicular hyperkeratosis, or chylomicronemia. And again, like the previous question, you have one extra option just to confuse you, right? So these are the 4 options given. Now, very easily, if you take into analysis, calcium and vitamin D are associated. Rachiatic rosary is the symptom of, is a similar aspect of osteoporosis in children. Okay? Rachiatic rosary appears in vitamin D and calcium deficiency. So you know E is 4, right? Now if you look at the options also, only option 2 is wrong till now, because 1, 3 and 4 has E option as 4, right? E is corresponding to 4 and 3 options. So option 2 is the wrong option, the other 3 could be true. Moving on to vitamin, you can move on to anything as you wish, okay? So we are just dealing with in random ways. Proteins we can associate it with dyspigmentation of hair. When you deal with protein energy malnutrition, a very common symptom is dyspigmentation of hair, right? So A corresponds to 3. Out of 1, 3, and we have already ruled out option 2. Okay, so out of 1, 3, and 4, we are saying A is 3. Option 4 is again wrong because it says A is 2, right? So correct option is 1 between 1 and 3. Now in option 1 it says B is 6. In option 3 it says B is 5. B is vitamin A, whether it is 6 or 5. Is it follicular hyperkeratosis or is it chylomicronemia? Chylomicronemia is pruning of your nail, that is normally seen in iron deficiency. Okay. So in vitamin C you will see follicular hyperkeratosis, where it is a bumpy structure seen on your skin due to deficiency of vitamin A. So in that way you can say option B refers to option 5. So in this way, the third option, that is A3, B5, C1, B2, E4 is the correct answer. Correct? In this way, you can solve all the match the following very, very easily. The next question is match the preservative given in list 1 with the food preparation in which we are using given in list 2. So in list 1, the preservatives are benzoic acid, sulfur dioxide, methane, acetic acid, and sodium nitrate. In list 2 is the food preparation: cheese, chutney, dehydrated vegetables, processed meat, jam and jelly, bakery products. Again, you have one extra product given in list 2. And very importantly, I'm going to tell you this particular question: match the following of preservative and the food product, is repeatedly asked in UGC NET exam, not just in 2019 December paper. This has been asked in a lot of previous question papers as well. It's a very important concept again. Okay, so select the correct option out of the 4 given below. Now, I always keep telling that nitrates are very commonly used in processed meat. Nitrate is one particular preservative used in meat very regularly, right? So E is 4. You can start with anything, whichever you know correctly, you can start with them and then filter out the correct answer. Sodium nitrate or any nitrate is very commonly used with processed meat. So E is 4. Now, if you look at all the 4 options, only option 2 is giving you E is 4. So I can directly tell that option 2 is the correct answer, right? If I want to cross check, I can do that. A has 5. Benzoic acid in jams and jelly very commonly used. Sulfur dioxide, B it says is 3 is in dehydrated vegetables. C, methane is used in cheese. If you have studied cheese making in your microbiology classes, you will remember that methane is used in cheese. D is 2. Acetic acid in chutneys. Yes, don't you add vinegar or lemon juice while making chutneys to preserve the color, right? So acetic acid in chutneys. In this way, option 2 is correct. So when I took nitrate, any nitrate in process means I directly got the answer, right? Moving on to question number 119. Match the fabrics given in list 1 with their description in list 2. Again, you have one extra. Okay, so fabrics are corduroy, muslin, outing flannel, or voile. The fabric description is fabric made of carded yarns with various thread counts up to 40. Fabric made of plain or quill weave and single yarn finished with nap in one or both sides. A cut or pile fabric with ribbed effect, made of foamed, medium or hard twisted single yarn. Fabrics made from foamed smooth yarn. Now these are direct description of the cloth itself. When we were discussing the textile chapter, I discussed all of these, that is corduroy, muslin, and all the others as well. And we also described what they mean. Right? So you have to choose the correct option from those given below. You can start with any one of those and then try and match the others, like how I told you earlier also. So the correct option is 3 for this. Corduroy is a cut pile fabric with ribbed effect. You must have seen corduroy pants, right? Very commonly made. And it has a ribbed effect on top. So that is corduroy. B is muslin. Muslin is a fabric made with carded yarns of various thread counts up to 40. It's a very thin cloth, mostly made with cotton. See, outing flannel is fabric made of plain or quill weave and single yarn finished with nap in one or both sides. It could be other way. Voile is again made of foam, medium to hard twisted single yarn. So when you start, you can start with any of these and match and then try and find out whether that is correct or not. Question number 120, match types of resources in list 1 with their examples in list 2. Okay, so the resources are personal resource, compare resource, community resource, family resource. The examples are social ties, friendship, house equipment, solar energy or United Nations, creativity and knowledge, banks and schools. Again, if you remember when we were dealing with match the following in paper 1 or part 1, there were not extra options in list 2, correct? You always had equal number. But because you are getting your net JRF and home science, you have to be more correct, you have to be more sure and more knowledgeable in your part 2 paper or your home science paper. That's why they're giving you one more extra option just to confuse you, alright? So now you have to choose the correct option again from those given below. Now, personal resources is your creativity and knowledge. So social ties and house and equipment and bank and school are not your personal resources. Your personal is your creativity and your knowledge. Right? So A is 4. When we look 2 and 3 are wrong. Okay, we can directly say 2 and 3 are wrong. A 1 or 4 has to be correct. So it is either 1 or 4. In both 1 and 4, B is 1. Right? So compare resource is definitely your social tie, your friendship, your relation with other people in the community. So that is a compare. We still don't know whether 1 or 4 is correct. When you look at option C, option 1 says C is 5. Option 4 says C is 2. So let's look at whether C is 2 or 5. Community resources is either house or equipment or bank and school. Definitely community resources is your bank and school. So option 1 is the correct option. We can also look at the B part, that is family resources, is going to be house and equipment is your family resource. House is for everybody in the family, right? Question number 121, match building materials in list 1 with their description in list 2. So the building materials are bricks, wood, coir and particle board. The description is fibrous material on the outer coat of coconut waste wood fibers compressed under heat and moisture using adhesive. Clay molded, dried and baked in skins. Teak, deodar, mahogany and oak. Mixture of cement and concrete. Choose the correct option out of the 4. Now if you look at it very, very carefully, fibrous material on the outer coat of coconut is nothing but your coil. So C is 1. When you look at the options, only 2 and 3 tell you that C is 1. So 1 and 4 are wrong. Correct? 1 and 4 are wrong. Wood can be teak, deodar, mahogany or oak. So B is going to be 4. So in option 2 and 3, 3 tells you B is 2, which is not true. B is 4. In this way, you can tell option 2 is the correct answer. You can start with anything also. So again, to cross check, A it says 3. Bricks are clay molded, dried and baked in kilns. Yes, bricks are made in kilns only. Particle board is waste wood fibers compressed under heat and moisture using adhesive. So in this way, option 2 is the correct answer. Question number 122, match the movement or the organization in list 1 with the key people or person associated with them in list 2. So the movement or organization is SOS Children's Villages, Seva, RTI, Narmada Bachao Andolan. The list 2 or the person associated with Medha Patkar, Aruna Roy, Ila Bhatt, Kailash Satyarthi or Herman Zimmer. We have to choose the correct option. Now, if you remember very carefully, Medha Patkar is very commonly associated with the Narmada Bachao Andolan. So, D option associates with 1. So, in this way, you can say that option 2 is wrong. It has to be either 1, 3 or 4. Correct? In this way, when you see the other options also, you can find out the correct one. SOS Villages is yes, Herman Zimmer. It is not an Indian person. So, from Herman Zimmer, we got the SOS Villages, wherein one lady who is not dependent on anybody else, she is alone, she doesn't have any other family member. She's made the head of a family of 20 or 15 children where they are all together living as a family. That women is responsible for all the children. And the children also get other children to play with, have a sibling-like feeling. So that is SOS Children's Villages. So SOS Children's Villages was a concept brought about by Herman Zimmer. B is 3. Seva was a concept brought by Ila Bhatt, which is of women's empowerment and women worker. RTI is very common for Aruna Roy. Even today, when you hear Aruna Roy's video, she talks about RTI. Everybody should have the right to information of all aspects. She was very, very crucial for the bringing up of RTI, or the right to education. In this way, option 3 becomes the correct answer. Question number 123. Match the terms in list 1 with the description in list 2. So this is based on family studies chapter, right? So list 1, the term is matrilocal, patrilineal, incest or monotheism. List 2 talks about the description. Tracing descent through male line, family system in which the husband lives near wife's parents. Okay, very common in a few South Indian households and mostly Northeastern households. Follow a family system in which the husband lives near wife's parents. Yes. Sexual activity between close family members. A single family dominates in a given community and belief in single God. Again, you can see there is one extra option in this too. So talking about all the 4 options. Now you know that atheism or atheist is one who does not believe in God. In the same way, monotheism is when there is belief in single God. When you believe in only one God, you are a monotheistic person. When you believe in monotheism, that is belief in single God. So in this way, I can tell you that D is 5. So when you look at the options, only option 3 is telling D is 4. So only 3 is wrong. 1, 2 and 4 can be correct. Right? Matrilocal is a family in which the husband lives near the wife's parents. That is more of a mother-oriented family. So it's a matrilocal family. A is 2. So when I told you that option 3 is wrong, but I'm telling you A is 2. So out of 1, 2 and 4, only 2 talks about A as 2. So in that way, you can say option 2 is correct. That is A is 2. That is family system in which husband lives near wife's parents is matrilocal. B is 1. Patrilineal is when you are descending the family line through the male. C is 3. That is incest is sexual activity between close family members. And D, as I told you, is belief in single God. Question number 124. Match the advocacy techniques given in list 1 with the description or primary purpose given in list 2. So the advocacy techniques is networking, coalition, alliances, and lobbying. List 2 talks about the primary purpose of these advocacy techniques, that is groups acting together for a specific activity, training the trainers, more permanent arrangement among groups, persuasion of stakeholders, and sharing of information. Okay, so these are the 4 options. You always know that networking is for sharing of information. Why do you network? Why do you, get associated with a lot more people? Because you can get information and give information. There's sharing of information with networking. So A is 5. Directly I can tell you option 4 is the correct option. I'm sorry. Option 2, not option 4. I'm telling you. Networking is sharing of information. So A is supposed to be 5, right? So option 2, like I was telling you. Option 1 tells A is 4, option 3 tells A is 3, and option 4 tells A is 2. Okay, so because we told that networking is sharing of information, that is A is 5, I can directly tell you option 2 is the correct answer. Let's check out the other ones also. B is 1. Coalition, yes. Groups acting together for specific activity is coalition, right? And a lot of political parties do have coalitions being formed. Option C is 3. That is alliances are a more permanent arrangement among groups. Lobbying is persuasion of stakeholders, correct. Lobbying, even for a lot of award functions, for a lot of promotions in a lot of sectors, there is a lot of lobbying happening. You have to persuade your stakeholders, you have to persuade, impress or direct your seniors in a certain way so that you can get your work done. So that is known as lobbying. Right? So option 2 is the correct option. 125th question is match the research design given in list 1 with their examples in list 2. So the research design is experimental research design, longitudinal research design, cross-sectional research design, and retrospective research design. The list 2 talks about researcher collects data referring to past events, researcher collects data referring forwards in time, researcher observes individuals only once, researcher investigates changes over a period of time, researcher deliberately influences events and investigates the effect of intervention. So these are the 4 options given. Now, when we talk about retrospective research design, we talk about researcher collects data referring to past events. That is retrospective research design. So D is 1. And when you see all the 4 options, only option 1 is giving you D as 1. As I'm telling you, I started with retrospective. You can start with any other one that you're more confident with. Or, you can just go in the order and try and associate and then finally get to the correct answer. Now, according to my opinion, the retrospective research design is the first option. That is, the researcher collects data referring to past events. And only option 1 is telling me D is 1. In that way, I can tell that option 1 is the correct answer. It also talks about A being 5. Yes, experimental research design is when researcher deliberately influences events and investigates the effect of intervention. For example, the green tea effect on weight loss. You are deliberately influencing events or changing the quantity of green tea to see the effect of your intervention, whether it helps in weight loss or how much weight loss is happening. B is 4. Longitudinal research design is when the researcher investigates changes over a period of time. He goes and collects data again and again. C is 3. Cross-sectional research design. You know that in cross-sectional research design, researcher observes individuals only once. D, as I told you, is option 1. So when we have finished 125 questions out of a total of 150, which means we have finished 75 questions of part 2 also, and we are left with only 25 more. Moving on to question number 126. Answer the steps of a progression in eye changes during vitamin A deficiency in the correct sequence. Photophobia, keratomalacia, night blindness, white ox spot, and xerophthalmia. Select the correct option. Is it ABCEB, DAECB, CDBEA, or CDAEB? Now in this you can't rule one out of the other, because all the 5 are correct, but you have to arrange them in the correct order of progression for eye changes that happen during vitamin A deficiency. Right? So you have to identify a very easy trick for you to do this is by trial and error method. Okay, so if you look at all the 4 options, the first option is either A, B, or C. The last 2 is C. So start checking by the option whether A, D, and C. Which of D is actually the first step in the progression of eye changes? Is it photophobia? Is it white ox spot? Or is it night blindness? Obviously, it is not, white ox spot and photophobia. It starts with night blindness only. So in this way, 3 and 4 could be correct and 1 and 2 can be wrong. Moving on, if you see the whole process of 3 and 4, C, D is correct. And then B, E, A and A, E, B is what is differentiated. So start with night blindness and then comes the white or spot. After this, you will have photophobia, right? When you are actually scared of light as well. And not JRF COMPETITIVE. JRF COMPETITIVE is actually the last step in progression of IDP. So in this way, when you actually see, when it is to arrange in a series, see the options. What are the first option in all the three? This A, B, C. And in fact, you can also see whether it's B or A, the final step. So out of the four, whether it ends with photophobia or keratomalacia. See, when you know that it ends with keratomalacia, you can rule out option 3, right? You can start by that way also. So when you do that, you will actually rule out option 3. And when you see the first step, that is, when you know it ends with only B, so it cannot be 3. It could be 1, 2, and 4. And when you see the starting option, that is A, C, and D. So C is again asked twice. So A, C, and D. You know it is not A. You know it is not by cross spot. It has to be C. So in this way, you can actually rule out 1 and 2, and you will be left with option 4. So these are simple tricks by how you can actually, answer the sequence questions also correctly. Question number 127 is arrange the steps to set the needle and sewing machine in the correct sequence. Alright. So the steps are: hold needle in left hand, loosen thumb screw on needle bar, tighten clamp, insert needle through needle clamp, raise needle bar to highest by turning flywheel, keep flat side of needle towards groove. Choose the correct option of A, C, D, F, B. E, B, A, F, D, C, D, F, E, B, C, A, or F, D, C, E, A, B. Okay. In the same way, if you know the correct sequence, then there is no applying tips and tricks. No, you know the right answer, you will just follow the sequence and then answer it correctly. In case you don't know, I'm going to give you tips and tricks, right? So B, C, A, B are the final option in all the four. So it is either A, B, or C. Which will you end with when you are doing the steps to set the needle and sewing machine? So let's look at option A, B, and C. Will you hold needle in the left hand in the last step? Not really, right? So you can rule out option 3. Because A can't be the last step, right? You can't hold needle in the left hand at the final step of setting the needle into the sewing machine. So option 3 is the wrong option. Left with B and C. Whether you will loosen thumb screw on needle bar or whether you will tighten the clamp. Obviously, you will tighten the clamp as the last step. You will not loosen thumb screw on needle bar. So in that way, you can say that option 2 is the correct. So just looking out and following simple logic, you can actually solve the question. So E, B, A, F, D, C is the correct step. So you start with raise needle bar to highest by turning flywheel. The second is B, that is loosen thumb screw on needle bar. So once you raise the bar and then you loosen the thumb screw, then you hold the needle in your left hand. Then you will keep the flat side of the needle towards the groove. Then you will insert the needle through the needle clamp that you have actually, kept open. And finally, you will tighten the clamp. So that is the correct answer. Question number 128. Arrange the steps of cocoon processing to silk yarn production in the correct sequence. Spinning, degumming, throwing, weighting, sorting, reeling. Okay, so choose the correct option of the 6 given. And the correct sequence, is it A, B, C, D, E, F? Is it C, E, F, B, A, D? Is it E, F, C, A, B, D? Or is it F, E, D, C, B, A? So if you look at the final option again, you could start with the front option or the final option, any which way, right? Now, in the front option, all the 4 are different. In the final option, 2 are the same. So we start with final one. So would you reel at the last? Would you spin at the last? Or would you weight at the last? Yes, after silk production, you will wait at the last, right? So you can say option 1 and 4 are the wrong option. The correct option should be either 2 or 3. Correct? So would you start with C or E? Would you start with throwing or sorting? Obviously, you will start with sorting the silk, the cocoon. So option 3 becomes the correct answer. So you will start by sorting, then you will do reeling, then throwing, then spinning, then degumming, and finally weighting. So option 3 becomes the correct answer. Question number 129. Arrange the steps involved in preparation of a time plan in correct sequence. So this question is from the time management subunit. Estimate time requirement for each activity. List all flexible and inflexible activities. determine time sequences, finalize the time schedule, balance total estimated time with time available. Choose the correct option. That is, you have to arrange them in the correct way. ABDEC, BAECB, BABCE, or ACBED. Okay, so let's start with the final option. That is C, D, or E is only the final option. Would you end with determining time sequence? Would you end with finalizing the time schedule? Or would you end it with balanced total estimated time or time available? Obviously, you're going to end with finalizing time schedule. Okay, so there are two options. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, so two options would end with D. In that way, when you look at the first option, okay, so B or A, 2 and 4 is B or A. Would you start with listing all flexible and inflexible activities, or would you estimate the time requirement for each activity? First, you have to mention all the activities, right? So you will start with option B only. In that way, you can tell the second option is the correct answer. So first, you will list all flexible and inflexible activities. Then you will estimate time required for each activity. Then you will balance total estimated time with the time available. That is the total of time required for each and the total time available. Then you will determine the time sequence again. That is which before and which later. And finally, you will finalize the time schedule. Question number 130. Arrange the following steps of design process in correct sequential order. Design development, schematic design, programming, construction administration, construction documentation. Choose the correct option. BADEC, ABCDE, CDAEB, or CBAED. So this is one question that I'm not going to help you. Okay, just start. You could probably pause the video here and select out which is the last part that will, select the final option and see whether it is E, B, C, or D, or you could do with A, B, C because there are only three options. Would you start with construction administration or design development or programming? Which would you start with? Yes, so the correct option, once you solve this, you will know is option C. That is option 4. That you would start with programming. You will start, then do schematic design. So first you will program the design, then you will draw the schematic design. Then you will develop on that design. So that will be development, design development. Then you will construct the documentation, and then you will construct, you will do the construction administration. That is to actually make it into a reality. So option 4 is the correct option. Question number 131. Arrange in correct sequence the attainment of cognitive milestones in children. Make-believe play, object permanence, conservation of length, and positional thought. Choose the correct option. Okay, so all of these are actually Jean Piaget's developmental stages. If you remember Jean Piaget's stages, he has divided developmental stages of children or cognitive milestones of children in 4 different stages, and these are them only. You have to arrange them in the correct sequence. I have dealt with Jean Piaget stages in detail as well. So the options given are BCAD, ABCD, BACD, BBCA. If you remember them correctly, you will know the correct answer is option 3, that is BACD. Object permanence happens further in the very young age, then make-believe play, then conservation of length, and then propositional thought. I have explained this in my classes in detail also. What is make-believe play, what is object permanence, what is conservation of length, and propositional thought. So option 3 becomes the correct answer. Question number 132. Arrange in correct sequence stages of adult psychosocial development as given by Bailey. The options are career consolidation, intimacy, ego integrity, keepers of meaning, and generativity. Choose the correct option. That is BAEDC, BEADC, BDEAC, and ABECD. Okay, so all of these, according to Valiant, these are adult psychosocial developmental stages. And all of this will come at one age definitely. One is at 20s, one is at 30s, one is at 40s. So if you can identify which stage associates first and which comes later, you can actually solve this very, very easily. So the correct option is BAEDC. That is, you start with intimacy. If you look at this diagram, that is various adaptation to life in men. So in the 20s, you are concerned about intimacy. You have intimacy concerns. In your 30s, you want to set up a career. So that is career consolidation. So you see intimacy, that is B, and then comes A, career consolidation. In your 40s, you are more involved about generativity. That is E. So BAE. In your 50s and 60s, you are keepers of meaning. That is option D. And finally, in your 70s, you are with spirituality, reflection, or ego integrity, where you no longer have ego associated with it. So BAEDC is the correct option, and option 1 becomes the correct. You can actually note down this table also if you've not learned this. Moving on to question number 133. Arrange the steps for executing a training program in the correct sequential order. If you keep noting down, we have solved so many sequential questions, right? So many questions that have asked us to arrange all the options in correct sequence. You can understand these type of questions are very common. Further, you're going to see assertion reason questions also in the leftover questions in part 2. You're going to have passage questions also in part 2, right? So let's deal with this question first. Making participants play ice-breaking games, using energizers with the participants, making participants introduce themselves, asking participants to register for training, and finally eliciting feedback from the participants. Choose the correct option. So these are the steps for executing a training program in the correct sequential order that we have to arrange. So the options given are A, B, C, D, E, B, C, A, D, E, C, B, A, D, E, and D, A, C, D, E. Now, when you look at all the options, the final option is E only. So finally, after the program is submitted, you will want feedback, right? So eliciting feedback from the participants, that is option E is the final option. And it's a trick where we can't actually rule out options based on the final one. So starting with the first option, right? So A, B, C, D. Whether you will start with making participants play ice-breaking games, whether you will use energizers with the participants, whether you will making participants introduce themselves, or whether you will ask participants to register for the training first of all. Yes, you will start by asking once they register for the training, only you can do all the other things, right? So B becomes the first option. So in that way, A, B, C, the only option 4 starts with B, so you can say 4 is the correct answer. So first you will start by asking participants to register for the training. Then you will do making participants play ice-breaking games. Ice-breaking games basically is to remove their hinderingness, to remove the restraint from talking to each other. Ice-breaking games is just making people comfortable with each other. Then you will make participants introduce themselves. So after you play certain games, everybody becomes adjusted to each other. You will ask them to introduce themselves. Then you will using energizers with the participants. You will use training modules which will energize the participants for a particular activity. And finally, you will end with eliciting feedback from the participants. So here, when we got stuck in not being able to choose from the final option, the first 4 options are quite clear. The very first thing that you will do is to ask participants to register for the training. Moving on to question number 134. Arrange the steps involved in the process of listening in correct sequence. Understanding, remembering, responding, evaluating, hearing. Choose the correct option. So the options are A, B, C, E, D, B, A, C, D, E, D, C, B, A, E, or E, A, B, D, C. Okay. So when we look at the final ending option, D, E, C. Alright. So that is C, D, E. Would you respond finally? Would you evaluate problems finally, or would you hear finally? Obviously, the final step is to respond. Only after you evaluate will you respond in the listening activity. And in fact, hearing should be the first step, right? Only when you hear can you do understanding, remembering, responding, and evaluating. So in that way, I can tell you that option 4 is the correct option because you will hear first. Finally, you will respond. So after hearing, you have to understand what is said, remember what you have understood and heard. You have to evaluate based on your remembering and understanding, and finally respond. Moving on to question number 135. Arrange the steps of systematically planned research in the correct sequence. So you have to arrange the research steps correctly. Sampling, design, and size tools for data collection. Data analysis and applying statistical tests of significance. Rationale and background for study. Objectives, research hypothesis and statistical hypothesis. Interpretation and inference. So you have to select the correct option of the sequence. It is BCABE, CDABE, CDBAE, ACDBE. Now all the 4 options end with option E, that is interpretation and inference. So we can start with the starting option, that is B, C, and E. So ACD, right? Whether you will start with sampling, design, and size tools for data collection, or rationale and background for the study, or objectives, research hypothesis, and statistical hypothesis. Obviously, you're going to start with the rationale and background for the study. So in that way, you can say 1 and 4 are wrong options. 2 and 3 has to be correct. Now in 2 and 3, The only difference in positioning of A and B. Which one out of the A and B will you do before? Would you do sampling design and size tools for data collection before? Or would you do data analysis and applying statistical tests of significance before? Obviously, you will do option A before. So C, D, A, B, E becomes the correct answer. That is option 2 is your correct answer. Moving on to question number 136. That is given below are two statements. One is labeled as assertion and the other is labeled as reason. Now we are moving on to assertion reason questions in paper 2 as well. They will be very similar in the model like we saw earlier for paper 1 aspect. The assertion for this question is to get good puffed up and soft chapatis, one must re-knead the dough after leaving the dough for about half an hour to rest. The reason is re-kneading the dough helps in gluten development, which has stretch properties help in puffing up. In the light of the above two statements, choose the correct option. Both A and R are correct. Both A and R are incorrect or wrong. A is correct but R is incorrect or wrong. A is incorrect but R is correct. Now let's look at the assertion first. To get good puffed up and soft chapatis, one must re-knead the dough after leaving the dough for about half an hour. So you must remember that in your food science classes, you were told that after kneading the dough, you should rest the dough for 30 minutes. So that the chapatis you will get are puffed up and soft. So option A is correct. So in this way, you can say that fourth option is wrong. It has to be, and second option is also wrong because second is both A and R are incorrect. So option 1 or 3 is only correct. Re-kneading the dough helps in gluten development, which has stretch properties and helps in puffing up. Very correct, right? So both option A and R are correct. So option 1 becomes correct answer because the reason is also correct. Question number 137 is also an assertion reason type of question where the assertion is steaming is useful in finishing fabric. While we discussed the finishing techniques for fabrics, steaming was also one of them. Reason is it is useful as it helps pushing pile of fuzz erect and giving fabric its original appearance. In the light of the above two statements, choose the correct option. Both A and R are correct. Both A and R are incorrect. A is correct but R is incorrect. A is incorrect but R is correct. So which is the correct option? Think about it. Whether steaming is useful in finishing fabric and whether the reason given is correct or wrong. Yes, both A and R are correct. Steaming is useful in finishing fabric and it is also useful as it helps pushing the pile of fuzz erect. So the fabric seems very light and fresh on the top. So steaming is essential and the reason given is also correct. Moving on to question number 138, which is again an assertion reason question. Assertion is leg muscle should be used for lifting load off the ground instead of back muscles. Reason given is back muscles are weaker than leg muscles. In the light of above two statements, choose the correct option. Both A and R are correct. A is correct, R is incorrect. A is incorrect, R is correct. Both A and R are incorrect. Now looking at the assertion, leg muscles should be used for lifting loads off the ground instead of back muscles. In fact, when I was discussing work simplification subunit in my paper 2 classes, you would have noted that I showed you with diagrammatic explanation that while lifting heavy objects, you should not bend or stoop forward to pick it up. In fact, you should sit down like you do sit up and then lift it up and sit up. Why? Because your leg muscles are definitely, more stronger than your leg muscles. And in this way, we can tell that both A and R are correct. In fact, this is a concept that I dealt with in detail in my class as well. Question number 139 is also an assertion reason question. The assertion here is the average age of parents who register for adoption in India is 40 years and above. The reason stating that urban couples are not wanting to have children at a younger age and are therefore opting for adoption. In the light of the above two statements, choose the correct option. Both A and R are correct. Both A and R are incorrect. A is correct but R is incorrect. A is incorrect but R is correct. Is the average age of parents who register for adoption above 40 years in India? Yes, it is. A is correct, but R is incorrect. How? It is not true that urban couples are not wanting to have children at a younger age. Of course, urban couples are also wanting to have children at a younger age, and they are not opting for adoption because they do not want to have children at a younger age. So the reason is wrong. Only assertion is correct. So option 3 becomes the right option. Moving on to question number 140. Given below are two statements. One is assertion and the other is reason. So the assertion is popular cinema cannot influence the notions and meanings of masculine and feminine. The reason is Gendering is a continuous process and socialization agents play a role in influencing notions of masculine and feminine. So in the light of above two statements, choose the correct option. Both A and R are correct, but R is correct explanation of A. Both A and R are correct, and R is not the correct explanation of A. A is correct, R is incorrect. A is incorrect, but R is correct. Okay, popular cinema cannot influence the notions and meanings of masculine and feminine. Obviously not. Popular cinema does influence the notion of masculine and feminine. They associate certain features to masculinity and certain features to femininity, right? So popular cinema does influence. In this way, we can tell that A is incorrect. So finally, I can tell you that option 4 is the correct answer because A is directly incorrect. We do not have to bother about the R at all because all the other three options are telling me that A is correct, right? Only option 4 is telling A is incorrect. So option 4 is the correct answer. So now we have finished 140 questions, that is 90 questions of paper 2 and 50 questions of paper 1. The leftover 10 questions of paper 2 are, comprehension based questions where a passage will be given to you and questions will be asked based on them. So the next 10 questions are based on two different passages. So first 5 are based on one passage and the next 5 are based on the second passage. If you are finding this session very helpful, do hit the like button. Share it with your other friends who are planning to write the UGC NET exam or who have applied for the exam as well, so that they can be benefited by the video as well. And do subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that yet, okay? Or press the bell icon as well. So let's move on to the first passage. According to the 2018 Global Nutrition Report released in November 2018, India holds almost a third of the world's burden for stunting, which shows that India is facing a major malnutrition crisis. Talking about the children who are stunted, India tops the list, 45.6 million, followed by Nigeria, 13.9 million, and Pakistan, 10.7 million. The National Family Health Survey 4, that is NFHS 4, also pointed out that India has a very high burden of micronutrient deficiency caused by vitamin A, iodine, iron, and folic acid, leading to night blindness, goiter, anemia, and various birth defects. The survey further observed that 58.4% of children under 5 in India are anemic, 63.1% of women in reproductive age group are anemic, and 35.7% of children under 5 are underweight. India has a high prevalence of childhood stunting and maternal and childhood anemia. These can have long-term effects on cognition and overall productivity. There is evidence that malnutrition can result in potential gross development product losses, that is GDP losses, of 2 to 3%, and a more than 10% potential reduction in lifetime earnings of each malnourished individual. So that was the first passage, a lot on malnutrition. So let's look at the first question based on this passage. According to 2018 Global National Nutrition Report, India is having a third of world's burden of what? Is it night blindness? Is it stunting? Is it anemia? Or is it goiter? If you read the passage carefully, it is directly given in the passage. India is having a third of world's burden of what? Yes, it is stunting. As I have highlighted here, you can see the third line of the passage itself. Right, in the third line of the passage itself is a third of the world's burden for stunting. The second question on this passage is, according to NFHS 4 data, % of children under 5 are anemic. Okay, the four options are 53.1%, 58.4%, 35.7%, and 10%. What percent of children under 5 are anemic? It's a direct question from the passage again. Yes, option B, 58.4% is the correct option, as highlighted here. The third question based on the passage is, according to Global Nutrition Report 2018, which country is ranked second in having stunted children? It is not first, okay? Which country is ranked second in having stunted children? Is it Nigeria, Pakistan, Bhutan, or India? This is also a direct question. So option A, Nigeria, is the correct option, because if you see here, it says India tops the list, which means India is first, followed by Nigeria. So Nigeria becomes the second rank in having stunted children. So option A is the correct option. So 144th question or fourth question based on this passage is, India has a high burden of following micronutrient deficiency disorder. goiter, night blindness, underweight, anemia, cognition. You have to choose the correct option out of the 5 given. Is it ABC, ABD, BCD or CDE? Okay. So again, if you see, what is mentioned in the passage is only what you should consider. You should not apply what you have learned earlier because all of these questions are based on the passage itself. Is it ABC, that is goiter, night blindness, underweight? Is it ABD, BCD or CDE? Yes, answer or option number 2 is correct. That is ABD. That is goiter, night blindness and anemia. How I can tell you that? It is directly given in the passage, right? High burden of micronutrient deficiency caused by vitamin A, iodine, folic acid leading to night blindness, goiter, anemia. It does not talk about underweight and cognition. The last question based on this passage and question number 145 is, India has a high prevalence of deficiency of the following micronutrients: vitamin A, protein, calcium, iron, vitamin D. Choose the correct option from the following, from the 5 given. Is it A and B, A and B, C and D or B and E? Okay, it is also a direct question. All the 5 questions based on this passage were direct. There is no analytical or descriptive type, or you didn't have to give a heading or any of that sort of question. It was all direct data asked from the passage. Yes, option number 2, A and D is the correct option as it is given in the same line that we read out to the previous question also. Okay, so it is vitamin A, iodine, iron and folic acid. There is no mention of protein, calcium and vitamin D. Only vitamin A and iron is mentioned in the passage. So the next part is read the passage 2 given and answer the questions that follow. So let's first read the passage together. Gender-based violence, GBV, is a global health, human rights and development issue that transcends geography, class, culture, age, race and religion to affect every community and country in every corner of the world. The Article 1 of UN Declaration on the Elimination of Violence 1993 provides a definition of gender-based abuse, calling it any act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual or psychological harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion of arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether occurring in public or in private life. In India, gender-based violence has many manifestations, from the more universally prevalent forms of domestic and sexual violence, including rape, to harmful practices such as dowry, honor killings, acid attacks, child sexual abuse, etc. Other than this, India is also grappling with violence due to inequalities in social life, displacement and communal incidents. Ministry of Finance, Government of India has established Nirbhaya Fund for Women's Safety. The Working Group on Women's Agency and Empowerment had recommended setting up one-stop crisis center on pilot basis with a 24-hour helpline. The scheme for one-stop center was approved for implementation. It aims to facilitate access to an integrated range of services including medical aid, police assistance, legal aid, psychological counseling to women affected by violence. Under the scheme, it has been advised that one-stop centers would be set up across the country in phased manner. In the first phase, one center was sanctioned per state or union territory. Further, 150 additional centers were taken up in the second phase during 2016 or 17. Thus, a total number of 186 one-stop centers have been sanctioned so far, and 166 of the same are operational as on 12/12/2017. So that was the second passage. The first question based on this passage is, Nirbhaya Fund has been established by which agency? Is it Women and Child Development HRD Ministry, Finance Ministry, Government of India, Working Group on Women's Agency and Empowerment, or United Nations? It's a direct question from the passage again. Yes, option B is the correct answer. That is Finance Ministry, Government of India, stated right from the passage. Question number 147. In the first phase, how many one-stop centers were sanctioned in the country? Is it 150, 186, one center per state or union territory, or 166? It talks about the first phase, how many one-stop centers were sanctioned in the country. This is again a direct question. Yes, option C, one center per state or union territory, as mentioned in the passage, is the correct answer. That is option C. Question number 148 and third question based on this passage is, according to Article 1 of UN Declaration on Elimination of Violence 1993 definition, dash is not considered as gender abuse. Physical harm to women, domestic violence, sexual harm to women, and deprivation of liberty. Which of these is not considered as gender abuse? Okay, if you look at it, you might think that all the four should be considered for gender abuse, but one of them is not, according to the passage, right? So read the passage carefully and identify, when it says Article 1 of UN Declaration on Elimination of Violence 1993, when you identify the 1993, you will know the answer very directly. It's given in the passage as such. Yes, option B, domestic violence is not mentioned in the passage. So if you see here, that is the article 1993, gender-based violence that results in physical, sexual or psychological harm is what is stated. So we talk about physical harm, sexual harm, okay, or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, right? And I think that just got a little stuck up. Okay, such acts is deprivation of liberty. When I remove this, you can see it. Yeah. So physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts occurring in public or in private. Such acts, coercion or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, right? So deprivation of liberty is also mentioned in the passage, but domestic violence is not mentioned. So option B, domestic violence is not considered as gender abuse according to this definition. Question number 149 and fourth question based on this passage is, following are considered the manifestation of gender-based violence in India: domestic violence, violence due to communal incidents, violence due to displacement, sexual violence. Choose the correct option given out of the four. A and B, A and D, B and D, C and D. This is a direct question again from the passage itself. So if you read the passage carefully, you will know what the correct answer is. Yes, option 2, that is A and D, that is domestic violence and sexual violence are the correct option. It is mentioned here in the syllabus, in the past tense, sorry. In India, gender-based violence has many manifestations and the more universally present form of domestic and sexual violence, right? So domestic and sexual, that is A and D. So option 2 is the correct option. Moving to question number 150, that is the last question based on this passage. One-stop center scheme has the following components: medical aid, legal aid, financial aid, psychological counseling. Choose the correct option of the four given. Is it ABC, ABD, BCD, or ACD? This is again a direct question. All of these 10 questions based on both the passages were direct. There is no analytical or solving something or any of that sort. It is direct from the passage asked. Yes, option 2, A, B and D is the correct option mentioned here in the passage, which says it will give you medical aid, police assistance, legal aid and psychological counseling. There is no mention of financial aid. That is option 3 is not involved. So A, B and D becomes the correct answer. So with that, we come to the end of all the 150 questions asked in December 2019 exam for home science. All the best for your exams in future. Don't forget to like this video, share it with all your friends writing UGC NET, JRF exam for home science, and even for paper 1 also they can refer to the first 50 questions if they are writing. So subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it yet and press the bell icon and stay connected, and do let me know in the comment section whether you like the way I explained the questions carefully, or what more would you want from me to talk about in this channel. Okay, all the best for your exam, and make sure you share this video with your friends so that they are also benefited, and we will keep coming back for more such sessions.